work of his called I Am. It's my firm belief that every morning when we wake up, there should be declarations that we speak over ourselves, really projecting us into the success of the day. So I believe that you're going to get that same kind of power, energy, and thought process with this presentation from Andre Notice, pardon me. So without further ado, please enter the stage, Andre Notice.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God because God was the Word. Then that Word became flesh so we could live by what we've heard. Out of darkness he formed light from the words from which he said, "Let there be," and there was. Creation from words in his head. And he gave that same power to everyone, including me, so that with my mouth I could create what I am to be. So with that said, I speak life over every area and situation. I am what I say, and I say what I am through the power of these declarations. I am love. I am patient. I am kind in perfect health. I am generous. I am peace. I am living in abundant wealth. I am joyous. I am grateful. I am living the life I've dreamed. I am surrounded by wealth, and it feels better than it seems.
It's being uploaded to my hard drive, right?
I am a first-generation self-made multi-millionaire. I am living in luxury, flying private jets when I'm in the air. I am flying around the world, getting paid to speak on stages. I am grateful to write poems loved by thousands, remembered for ages. I give graciously to the homeless in the community I plant the seed. It is my pleasure and sincere heart to give back to those in need. I attract the wealthy, the generous, the prosperous, and the sincere, the most faithful in their walk with Christ. Into my life they all appear. I manifest meaningful relationships with those who help me succeed. My faith is growing every day from my limitless power from my mind I feed. My business is growing, expanding, and thriving. I'm even loving my new Porsche I'm driving. My memory is perfect and is improving every day. And every day I am getting better. I am succeeding in every way. Prosperity overflows in my life on all levels. And I'm powerful with my mouth to create life and cast out devils. Every day I am living a dream I visualize, and I'm excited to wake up and see luxury before my eyes. Every cell in my body is working in perfect order. I am walking in perfect health from head to toe on every border. My life's purpose brings prosperity and happiness. I have more money than I can spend. I have abundance in financial success. I am always in alignment with my purpose for being here. I have mastered the art to feed my faith and starve my fears. I am a powerful speaker, motivating many with my words to inspire. I am in the top 10% of Houston realtors and climbing higher. These words that I speak create this glorious life that I live. For I walk in destiny, I labor in love, and with my legacy, I live to give. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andre Notice, and I'm your purpose coach, and I wrote that poem called I Am 2 years ago to remind others and myself that every word that comes out of our mouth, we are using to create. God created this world with his words, and us being his seeds, being his children, we had that same power. So I stand before you in God's beautiful green creation, reminding you that you are creating yourself with every word that comes out of your mouth. Whether you're joking or not, whether you believe it or not, if it comes out of your mouth, it's in the atmosphere. And the word says that the word shall not return to you void. So it must be created somewhere at some time. I love you, and I'm here to make sure that you make it to the top as I am.
Wow, absolutely powerful and dynamic. Thank you, Andre, for lending us your talent and your gift to Roar 2022 as this year's Poet Laureate for the Summit. That was absolutely information, there is no way we can give everything in today's summit. No, you need to come aboard and join the work of ROAR to get a more comprehensive aspect of that. But what we wanted to do today is present speakers who can give you employable, immediate strategies that you can take now to begin elevating your business, your enterprise, your leadership footprint, whatever it is that's going to give you momentum in your business and economic development. These speakers are here today to give you their take on that. And I'm excited, just really overwhelmed, actually, to bring them to you today. They truly are world-class speakers. So first up, we have Dr. Tyra Jones. Dr. Jones will be giving us the presentation today of Collaborations That Build Business. She is the CEO of JA Tax Solutions. This organization is here in Texas as well as Louisiana, and she's opening branches around the country. She specializes in business funding. She also specializes in wealth development and showing businesses how to partner with municipalities to complete the work of contracts and elevate their business. If you want more information on her and all of our speakers, go to roarglobal.org, read her bio, and certainly connect with her there. So without further ado, it is my joy and privilege to bring to the stage today Dr. Tyra Jones. Take it away.
Welcome, welcome. Hi, my name is Dr. Tyra Jones, and I am the owner and operator of JA Consulting and Corporate Tax Solutions. We are located in Houston, Texas, with a second office in Shreveport, Louisiana. And I am very excited to bring to you this, seemingly simple concept of collaborations that build businesses. And at first, I want to make sure that I send my sincere thank you to Ms. Charity Smith for having me to be a part of the 2022 ROAR Summit. So thank you, Ms. Smith. I definitely appreciate you, and I appreciate the collaborations that we've been doing over the years, and I may share some of those as well. All right. So thank you again for attending this session. So let's get right into it. I'm going to share my screen, and I hope that you have a notepad and pencil ready or pen ready, because I have a couple of questions for you to start everything off. The first question I want to ask you is, and I want you to write the answer down. What type of collaborations have you engaged in so far in 2022 that has catapulted some area of your business? Okay, I'm going to repeat that. What type of collaborations have you engaged in so far in 2022 that has catapulted your business? All right, that's the first question. The second question is, what collaborations have you engaged in that has helped someone else's business be catapulted so far in 2022? Now, I hope you were really thinking about that part, because we want to make sure that as we're building businesses and as we're building an economy that can support the needs of our community, that we don't forget about our brothers and our sisters. We don't forget about the people who we are intending to collaborate. So, we want to make sure that we don't go to people with our hands out and never give a hand up to other people. So I want to make sure that I encompass, if you will, all of those aspects, because I'm going to talk a lot about both. Okay, so collaborations in my mind and in my business is about giving. What have you done to position yourself to give to others as much, if not more, than you get from others? Okay, so I want you to think about that, and you can write, a few more notes than just the answer, but I'm going to get right into my presentation. All right. All right. Now, I'm going to talk about how to become economically empowered. Okay, real quick, I'm going to talk about this, and then we're going to lead into some other items. Now, collaborations that build businesses. Now you may say, Tyra, what does that have to do with Collaborations to build my business. What does becoming an economically empowered individual or community have to do with collaborations? Well, I'm glad you asked. And of course, I know you already know, but I'm glad you asked the question anyway. So, first of all, anytime that we want to start talking about, or I want to start talking about a topic, I make sure that I break up the words and make sure I define what they mean. So here I have, what does it mean to be economically empowered? Now, let's look continuously socks. He was making a killing supplying socks to the federal government, right? So you want to make sure that you do your research and you learn about how to sell your items, your products to the government. Now, for example, this is a way of collaborating. Let's say that I have an apparel business, but I don't sell socks, but I have a colleague who sells socks. And so if I call my colleague and I say, hey, if I write this RFP, do you want to go in with me on the RFP and supply the socks? I'll do the footwork in applying because I'm familiar with that process, and you just supply the socks. And you get a larger percentage of it, and I get a small percentage of it because, I'm submitting the RFP. That's collaboration. That's how you can collaborate on contracts. Why not? If your family member has a business that, that has something that you don't have in your business, but you're similar, you can collaborate. And you can do the JV contract, you can do independent, whatever type of contract you do, you just have to make sure it's executed, meaning signed. And in some cases, it has to be notarized. But just know that you can collaborate and sell to the government, whether it's city, state, or federal. Now, how to set your business up as a hub for collaborations? Now, pricing. I want to talk to you about pricing. Pricing your services and or products, like the example that I just gave. If a colleague of mine have socks, right? And I don't have socks, but I have an apparel business, but he has socks, then I say, hey, let's collaborate. I'll write the RFP to the city or to the state or to the federal government, whomever it is. I'll write it, set it up, and you supply the socks and I get a percentage, right? Because he wouldn't have had that opportunity if I wouldn't have submitted for that RFP. Now, pricing is important. How much he charged for his socks versus how much you're going to get back as far as your percentage versus your collaborative partner's percentage. That has to be an agreed upon amount, because not only does the city, but the state and the federal government make sure that whatever that collaboration, that price is, that you have an understanding and your partner has an understanding, and it has to be written down, and the government makes sure that you have an agreement first before they award you a contract. I will tell you that. And I love that actually about the RFPs, because they want to make sure that if you say that you're going to subcontract somebody, then they agree that this is the price. Okay. So the second thing, expect others to want a financial gain. When you collaborate with other people, other professionals, expect them to want a financial gain. Now, if they don't really choose to say, if they say, oh, you don't have to do that, I don't need a referral fee, I just want to help you, that's different. But at least offer, right? You want to at least offer. You never know where a person is in their business. $100 may be like $1,000 in their business that day, right? Third thing, identify what you can afford to give to build your brand. Now, going back to what we did for Adam Mingo of Ariel's Trucking, we helped him to get that city contract. Now, we knew that we could afford to do some things for free at no cost, even though the city had not paid us to do that, but we wanted to show the city that this was needed, right? So we went ahead and we did some things that we know that we were not asking him to pay for, but we wanted to work with him because he was willing. He was the perfect case study for the program. So sometimes you want to make sure that you can identify what you can afford to give and what you can't afford to give to build your brand. Identify markets who need your commodity. Now, we talked about that, but you want to make sure you identify the market, so you don't want to try to sell to a market who don't need your commodity. For example, if you're a professional services company, you don't want to sell to an area or sell to a targeted market who does not need your service, right? Or who doesn't understand. Now, they may need it, but they may not understand it. And if people don't understand something that you're providing, they won't buy, right? So the next thing, promote to a targeted market who can benefit from collaborating with little effort. And if all else fails, set up a referral system. Now, we talked about that a little bit earlier. You want to set up a referral system to make sure that if I provide CFO services, I want to make sure that if you refer someone to me, say, hey, they have CFO services, you need a CFO to expand your business so that you can, go to the next level or scale your business. Well, I know a company, JA Consulting, they'll help you in regards to supporting you as your CFO. Well, if that's a referral, then you will probably be offered a referral fee, right? So if all else fails, at least in collaborating to build businesses, at least set up a referral system in your business. Also, get in front of decision makers who need your service, product to win, right? And what I mean by that, in order for them to scale their business, sometimes they may need you to piggyback off of what they're doing in order for them to be able to win. Okay, so sometimes collaborations is not necessarily about the revenue or about the fee that you can gain from collaborating with individuals. You get it, but it's not about that. It's more so about building, right? So, just like if you're building a house and you start seeing the wood go up, you start seeing the shape of a house, the internal shape, is like, oh man, it's coming together. And then when you start seeing the sheetrock, it's like, oh yeah, now it's really, really looking like the house that I want. Well, sometimes people need you to be that sheetrock because they may have the wood to frame it, but sometimes they need you to be parts of that sheetrock so that they can sustain the build. So that when someone else looks at them like, oh yeah, I see it. I see the design now. I see your goals. I see your purpose. I see what you're trying to do. Now let me help you now that I see it. So when you get in front of decision makers who need your service or product to win, that's an even greater collaboration opportunity. So lastly, use your collaborative efforts as an elevator pitch. Now, I've done this many times. My elevator pitch is different depending on who I'm talking to and depending on where I am. So you want to try to practice your elevator pitch, 30 seconds, elevator pitch, using your collaborative efforts. Hi, my name is Tyra Jones, and I am an owner operator of JA Consulting, but let me tell you what our clients say. Our clients say before they came to us, they were all over the place with their finances. They were spending money left and right. They didn't know how to pay themselves. They didn't know the process, but we came in and we showed them how to organize their finances in their business, how to pay themselves, and mostly how to scale, how to set systems up in their business to scale. So that's a little bit about what we do, and that's it. Now, if I'm trying to collaborate, I'm going to say, and we offer referral fees to do that. So if you know someone who needs a CFO, virtual CFO person, if you know someone who needs our services, we offer a referral fee just to do what I just shared with you. So, you want to try to offer your collaborative efforts as an elevator pitch so that when someone is networking with you, they can see opportunity to possibly make a few dollars and build a great relationships, because sometimes, people really want to build good relationships, but they really can't afford to spend as much effort and time into your business. So give them an incentive to do so that both of you can benefit from it. Now, organizing resources and talents for collaborations. Now, Tyra, what are you talking about here? I'm glad you asked. Organizing resources and talents, what that means is that nonprofit board memberships, right? You want to try to get on a nonprofit board, right? And that's another way of organizing your resources. Like I am on two boards actually. One is totally out of the ordinary of industry I've never been in, and the other is a familiar territory where we're building. Our end goal is an online education school. Now, board membership is greatly important. Now, collaborating on boards have everything to do with everything that I've already shared. Make sure that you're coming to give, not just take from what you want, from being on that board. Most people want the notoriety of being on a board, but make sure that you're giving as well. And then make sure that you're asking the question, what can I do to help you do your job? economic empowerment. So we already know what those mean, right? So collaborating to build businesses is one way, which is the title of my presentation, right? So collaborating to build businesses is one solution that will lead to economic empowerment. Contracting and procurement is another solution that will lead to economic empowerment. Banking and investing. And when I say investing, I'm talking about instruments, life insurance. I'm talking about real estate. I'm talking about any type of form of invest. I don't really mention stock market because it's so volatile, and there are so many other ways to build your money, and especially as a community. So banking and investing, investing is dynamic, but these are three solutions that could lead to economic empowerment. Now, I wouldn't be a good teacher, I guess you would say, if I did not connect with you. Now, here are three of my social medias. We have Instagram. I'm on Instagram at JA_consulting and corporate tax all together. Facebook, the symbol at Right Now Solutions. And then on LinkedIn, you can type in the company name, JA Consulting and Corporate Tax Solutions. And here we have our website at jonescorporatesolutions.net. Now, take out your phones right now, right? I want you to go to your Instagram account. If you don't have Instagram, go to your Facebook account. I want you to find our page right now, and I want you to connect. And the only way that I'm going to get a notification is that we're going to get a notification, because not just myself will get it. Our team will also get the notification that you have clicked on our page and liked the page. Once you like the page, we will find you and we will like your page. Now, if your business page is not listed on your profile, your personal profile, let us know what your business profile is, and we will connect and like your profile as well. All right. So I want to try to make sure that we connect so that you can ask any questions that you may have, or if you want us to talk about some things in more detail. And also, we want to collaborate. We want to collaborate to continue to build more businesses in 2022 before the end of the year. So with that being said, I thank you for attending my session today, and I look forward to collaborating with you.
Wow, did you all enjoy that presentation or what? Dr. Jones, thank you so much for sharing all of that information on not only how we can gain procurement opportunities, but banking strategies, leverage for wealth, generational wealth, and so much more. Listen, she gave us a lot of information there, and I hope that you take advantage of that. But let me tell you this, that's the kind of content you can expect from the leaders who speak and partner with Roar Global. If you have not done so, please go over to roarglobal.org. Make sure again that you connect with this platform. If you want to now begin partnering with municipalities, procurement contracts, with the government, and so much more. Again, thank you, Dr. Jones. Now I want to jump quickly over to my good friend, Amy Walker. Amy is rounding out our business development portion of this particular conference. Now, Amy is a client acquisitions specialist. Many of you know her. Amy is strategic in getting the leads and getting clients to hear and to partner with brands. She's also an award-winning author, and she's here to speak to us today at Roar Global about the power of masterminds. Listen, I really want you to pay really close attention to what Amy has to say about masterminds. Why? It's one of the tools that we use here at Roar to begin brainstorming the next big idea, the next movement, the next business climate. All of that genius typically happens within the environment of masterminds. So now, without further ado, I want to turn the microphone over to Amy. Amy, come on into the studio.
Hello, thank you so much for having me, Charity, Ms. Mogul, and for putting this amazing Roar event together. I want to welcome and thank just all of the dignitaries who are involved in this project. It is so critical that we come together to empower women, because when you empower a woman, you impact her entire community. So to all of the speakers that are here, oh my gosh, you guys are amazing and inspiring. And for all of you that are watching at home that are in various places of growing your business and building your dream and creating economic freedom, congratulations. You're doing an awesome job. This is the right place to be. And I'm excited to get to share my portion of this with you. Before I jump in, I'd love to tell you just a little bit about me personally. I am a mom of 5 boys. I've been married to my husband for coming up on 22 years. We live in the US, in the state of Georgia, in a small town. And I have always built my business while working from home and being the primary caregiver of my family. I've also always worked my business and created growth through collaborations. So that's one of my core strategies. And specifically today, we're going to dive into the concept of masterminds and how you can really utilize this to be able to grow your business and make it easier. We have so many things on our plates. Like, let's take the easy path for once. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my PowerPoint here. All right, we got the PowerPoint. We are ready to roll. When we have the conversation around masterminds, I want to lay some context for this as well. So we are going to discuss some of the challenges of being a women-owned business. I want to cover 5 lessons that we really should learn from men and how they do business a little bit differently from us. How we can grow as a woman-owned business. And also I want to cover the power of masterminds today. I'd love to just introduce you to my company, Amy Walker Consulting. We are a group of brilliant women who come in and operate as your business board of directors. So instead of having to hire a business strategist, a CMO, a tech person, a CFO, and your accountability coach, you work with us and you get access to my whole brilliant group of women. The reason I want to share this with you is because this is part of the mastermind puzzle, is embracing and understanding that you don't have to have all of the answers for everyone, and that we create better together than we create on our own. We can do more together than we can do on our own. Being a woman and owning a business can be challenging. I do have a lot on my plate personally, between being a mother, being a wife, being active in my faith community, and also being involved in a lot of community development and some humanitarian work just in my own neighborhood. You know, we are doing some good work to be able to bring nonprofits together, get more volunteers, and get more people trying to help eliminate poverty. So there's a lot on my plate every single day besides just doing business. So let's talk about some of these specific challenges that I'm not saying men don't face them, but we maybe face them differently. So one first that I would say is we are the primary caregivers. So even though I have a wonderful husband who's an amazing father, he's definitely a partner in business, a partner in life. He does a lot to help around the house. He's even a good cook. I am still the one that schedules the doctor's appointments for the kids and puts things on the calendar. And there's a lot of women who are the primary caregiver in addition to balancing their business. And this isn't a role that we do begrudgingly. It's a role that we love. We love being able to be the caregiver. When my parents are old and no longer able to care for themselves, I'll be the caregiver. Right? When my sons get married and I have grandbabies, I will take time off to go and help care for their new children and their wives. We love being the caregivers and the nurturers, but it also is hard to balance that. The second thing is that we still, in many areas of the country or of the world, culturally, we are still the primary managers of the household. So we are responsible for food and for cleaning and for, and depending on where you live, maybe paying the bills and managing the financing as well. And when you're even when you have help, like I will admit I have a lot of help, but I still am the one who bears the mental load of it. So I still have to remember all of the things that need to happen in order to keep our household running. So we have a lot on our plates, and then we go into business. And this is where I think we have a lot of room for improvement. A lot of us as entrepreneurs are trying to do everything on our own. So we're trying to run this entire organization without having enough help, without having enough support, without having a growth strategy that involves job creation. We're trying to do it all by ourselves. And I will tell you, that's not the way that women are wired or how we're created, or even if you look back historically, in most cultures, it's been the concept of it takes a village, and women have been very collaborative. From, in my family, getting together for baking days and sewing days and creating quilts together. I grew up having these types of activities, gathering together as a family to all work on a project together, all of the women, and then getting a lot done in a short period of time. And yet today, as we have stepped into the workplace and we've stepped into business and entrepreneurship, what's happened is a lot of us left behind the community because we felt like we didn't have time to invest in the community and we didn't build a new community. So a lot of us are trying to accomplish great things in business without enough support. And this is where masterminds are going to come into play and make some big changes. So let's look at how men have done things, because men have been in business for a long time, and they have done some things a little bit differently than women tend to do that I think we should learn from. So number one is coming in with business funding. When a man opens a business, he is more likely to be able to obtain, that's the word I'm thinking of. He's more likely to be able to obtain funding and come in with money to support his business goals. There are, depending on, again, I know we're coming from all around the world, but there are a lot of options for women to get funding in their business that we don't even go after. We don't even try for, whether it's establishing credit or getting investors or loans or grants or applying for awards from organizations that are giving money to women-owned businesses. We don't even go after the funding that is available for us. So we can definitely improve here. Another thing is we need to aim higher. I've worked with a lot of different women and a lot of different men, and I'll tell you, a man has never told me, I just want to build a little business, just a little bit here, extra on the side. I don't want it to be too big. When they start a business, they start it to be profitable. They start it to make money. They start it to build something that can either be sold or passed down to the next generation. We need to think higher. We limit our vision for our business because we're overwhelmed by all of the other roles and responsibilities in our life. That is because we're thinking of all of it being up to us and doing it alone. It doesn't have to be that way. Number three, they utilize their connections. So there have been studies done in US corporate environments where they've shown that when a company has a corporate mentorship program, men and women use their mentors very differently. Men use their mentors to position themselves and help get advancement in their career and move up that corporate ladder. Women use their connections for moral support and for encouragement and for a sense of emotional connection and a sense of belonging. We need to utilize our connections and ask for them to position us, ask for them to promote us, ask for them to open doors that we can't open on our own. The fourth thing is structuring the company. Again, we should not be structuring companies so that it relies solely on us, or we will have a max for how much our business can create. And the fifth is profit driven. When a man starts a business, they start it to make profits, and that should be exactly the same when a woman starts a business. It doesn't mean profits only, but we need to pay attention to our profit plan from the very beginning. So how do we honor the feminine and do those things, but do them in a feminine way? So the feminine energy is about flow, not force. So when we go into business, we don't have to force everything to come together. We can allow ourselves to be in a space of flow, and in allowing things to come to us, having faith that it's going to come together, receiving what is offered to us. How many times have you been offered help or support and you're like, no, I got this, I'm good? Are you? Are you really? So the second thing is we have non-exclusive wins. So we have the ability to look around and figure out how to create a win for you and for me and for this person over here and also this person over here. We create multifaceted wins. Another thing that we do that is beautiful and brilliant and we can bring into business even more is lift as you climb. When you impact a woman, you really do impact her entire community, because when we elevate, we bring others with us. And we can do that in business as well. If a door opens for you, hold it open and invite the next woman in. I promise there's room for two of you in that space. So let's lift as we climb and open doors for each other. The next is value-driven, profit-motivated. So many women-owned businesses are value-driven. At the heart of what we do, we have a strong value system. We're motivated by our purpose, by our passion, by an ideal. And that's wonderful as long as we match it with being profit-motivated, because if the business is not profitable, the impact does not last. We don't stay in business. Number 5, community-based. Women in general are very community-minded and very community-based. That's how we have operated for thousands of years across so many cultures. And we need to bring that back into business. It's innate inside of us. Let's just bring it back into business. And then 6 is collaboration. The more that we can do together, the stronger we're going to be. So I really believe that we can stand for the and. I don't think that success has to happen at the expense of our families or the rest of our life, or even our personal health and well-being, or our mental health and well-being. We can find a tribe of powerful women that support us in this growth journey. So let's talk about what masterminding is versus coaching. I started off my business as a business coach, and I still do a lot of coaching, but coaching is where you have one person who is teaching you one set of skills and they're coaching you through that process of growth. In a mastermind, it's about bringing together groups of brilliant people, and you're all learning, you're all sharing, you're all collaborating together. When I started masterminding at the beginning of 2021, I believe it was, I was really tired of being isolated and feel like I was trying to figure out my marketing problems on my own. I was trying to figure out my, hiring. It was a hard time to hire. I was trying to figure that out on my own. And I was looking at it going, I could hire another coach because I always thrive in a coaching environment. And I believe that everyone should have a coach because, it doesn't matter how fast you turn your head, you can't see your own ears. But I wanted to get a lot of input from a lot of brilliant people at the same time. So I started running masterminds. And inside of these, here's some of the things that we do for each other and with each other. We position each other. So
Do you have the tools that you need to be successful? Is there anything that I can help you with to be successful? And maybe I can't help you, but I may be able to provide the help that you need. So show a genuine care and concern for those that you lead. So our 3 C's of effective communication: clarity is what I'm saying or what the person saying to me is clear and understood. Collaboration and caring. Now, I've provided you with these 3 C's, and you may be saying, well, how do I unleash the true leader within me? Well, take the word unleash, and for each letter in the word unleash, I will provide you with some tips on how to unleash that true leader within you. The letter U. It's important as leaders that we understand who we are as individuals and that we understand what is unique about us that makes us an effective leader. So as a leader, we have to kind of delve deep and do some exploration and some assessment, self-assessment, to make that proper determination. What is unique about you that makes you a leader? In negativity, it is important that we dispel all negativity in the workplace. Why? You do not want negativity to flow and spread. So if you're dealing with an employee or a team member who is negative about certain things, as a leader, you should confront that person and say, hey, what is it that you dislike so much about what we're doing? Why are you unhappy with the decisions that's being made? Talk with them, find out what's going on with them, but it is your job as a leader to dispel all negativity in the workplace. L, loyalty. As leaders, we must show and display a certain degree of loyalty, first of all, to the organization that we work for, but second of all, to those that we lead. And when we provide or we show loyalty, we provide a place and a space of comfort and freedom that provides employees an opportunity to engage with us and to talk with us about certain issues. It's a safe place. So it's very important as leaders that we display loyalty in the workplace. E, eagerness. We must show that we are eager and excited about what we are doing as a leader. We must show that we're excited about the current place and space that we're in, and that the organization that we're working for, we are happy and eager to be there and eager to serve. So E for eagerness. A, authenticity. I cannot talk about being authentic as a leader enough. That's a separate topic. We must be authentic in all of our interactions, in all of our communication, in all of our conversations. Whatever decision that we make as a leader, we must be able to display authenticity. When we communicate with those that we lead, we must be authentic. And when we show that we are authentic and that we're real, those that we lead tend to develop a trust for us. They trust us. But if we're unable to show that we are authentic, truly authentic, they are unable to trust us as their leader. So, authenticity. S, success-driven, success-oriented. We must have a spirit of being successful as a leader. We must possess that spirit of success. We must believe in what we are trying to put forward to those that we lead. So if we don't believe in it, how can we expect them to believe? So we must be success oriented and success driven. We do that. We encourage staff to be successful. We're like a little small cheerleading team. That's what we do as leaders. We're a cheerleader. So we must demonstrate that success-driven personality and trait in the workplace. So S for success-oriented and success-driven. H, humility. Humility is another one. We must show and demonstrate a sense of being humble, and we must demonstrate and show humility toward those we lead and toward people in general. With the great resignation that's occurring right now that I mentioned earlier, as leaders, we're going to have to change our way of operation and our way of thinking. We cannot lead from behind the desk. We have to come from behind the desk and move into the forefront and be more hands-on. As a leader, it's important that we understand the job and the role of every person that we lead. And that, guess what? We're able to perform their job. Because with the great resignation, we never know from one day to the next if we're going to be required to answer the call. So if we are required to answer the call, we must prepare ourselves and arm ourselves to be ready to answer the call, to do what is required. So H for humility. I hope that this information that I'm providing to you or have provided to you is helpful. Again, let me recap. Effective communication. That is a start to unleashing the true leader within you. C is what you're saying clear and understood to those that you lead. Do you understand what is being said to you? The second C, collaboration. Are you allowing those that you lead a chance to further develop by allowing them to come to the forefront, you stepping back and allowing them to have a voice and to strategize and to plan and to share their ideas? Is so important. Collaboration is so important. And the third C, caring. Do you care about me? As a leader, do you care about those that you lead? Do you care about what's going on around you? Do you care about the discourse in the workplace? We must display a sense of caring as a leader concerning all issues, challenges, and struggles in the workplace. So that was my recap of the 3 C's of effective communication. Unleashing you, understanding who you are as an individual, and understanding what is unique or what makes you unique within you that makes you a leader. So self-assessment again, understanding who you are and what you represent and what you believe in. Dispelling negativity. Loyalty. Eagerness. Are you eager about what you're doing? Are you excited about what you're doing? Authenticity. Are you real? Are you real? Are you being authentic in all of your interactions? Success-oriented, success-driven. Humility. Humility. Are you humble? Are you displaying that sense of humility in the workplace? I thank you so much for allowing me to come before you and to speak today on unleashing that true leader within you. I hope that the tips that I've given have provided you a foundation or some information on how you, as a leader, can unleash that true leader within you, that you are able to recognize what makes you unique and stand out as a leader. Are you success driven? Are you success oriented? Are you eager? Are you excited? I hope so. I hope so. Because if you're able to demonstrate those traits, you have already begun the path to unleashing the true leader within you. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Wow. So thank you so much, Constance, for rounding out this leadership segment. Listen, you all, again, I reiterate what we said at the top of her presentation. We cannot move organizations forward if we do not lead effectively. I want to appreciate her for sharing her experience, her wisdom, and her acumen with us. And now I want to move to another particular, really special part of today's conference. It's where we talk media, PR, and branding. Why is this important? You are speaking directly to your market. And if you really want to have a relationship with your market, they have to be able to identify you, identify your brand, and your messaging. So when I thought about, who are the best professionals to come and have this conversation with you about, I knew exactly who I was going to invite. So I want to now bring into the studio two wonderful professionals. First will be Jennifer Herspool, who is a multi-million-dollar PR professional. Her specialization is messaging and branding for some of the largest corporations in the country and around the world. And then we're going to round it out with Dr. Pam Perry. She is a celebrity publicist. She's the publisher of Speakers Magazine, and she specializes in creating these unforgettable moments in media where media now begins to beckon for more. And certainly if you're going to have strategic collaborations and if you're going to build your business, you have to be in the environment where people hear you, know you, and identify you. So I'm going to give you a double hitter today. First, we'll start with Jennifer, and then we're going to round it out with Dr. Pam Perry. Take it over, ladies.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to my session. We are here to talk about how to use the media to close the economic achievement gap for women. So I am just going to share my screen here, and hopefully you all can see that. Let me go into presentation mode. All right. Hopefully everybody can see that. So first of all, I would really like to give a big shout out to Miss Charity Smith, Miss Mogul, right, for inviting me to come here and speak with each of you. She has impressed me for so many years. I just find her to be absolutely a delight. I appreciate her wit, her tenacity, her powerful energy, and really her ability to rally the greatness that lives deep inside of each of us and bring us to our best. And then she's orchestrated this amazing event full of these incredible line of speakers, which I am so honored to be able to join. So I want to give a shout out to my fellow speakers on this event. I hope that you are all gaining tremendous value out of this, and I intend to give you continued tremendous value. And so I really want to recognize the U.S. and global conglomerate from around the world, the U.S. and global delegation. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your time and attention. So quick question. Who here has been featured in the media in the past? If you've ever been featured in the media, write a 1 in the chat right now. I just am trying to get kind of a little gamut on who's in the audience. If you've been in the media a lot of times, write a lot. If you've only been in the media a couple of times, just write a little or something like that. And we will dive right in. So my name is Jennifer L. Horspool. I have been building and protecting brands using media relations for the better part of 30 years. I have elevated brands into the go-to resource, turn brands around from unknown, unliked, old, stodgy, and turn them into the actual go-to resource for their industries and made them seen, known, and revered for their expertise. I can do the same thing for you. My biggest claim to fame, my thing that I like to hang my hat on is turning around the US Oncology brand. They were both unknown and unliked. They had zero media inclusion. After we got their messaging right, we took them from zero media to 350 stories in the first year, followed by 500 and 600 stories every year after that. We can do the same thing for you. It is a formula, and we can teach it to you. We have grown brands with this formula from $0 to multi-million dollars, and one that hit $1 billion in less than 3 years. Who would like success like that, right? All right, let's delve in. How do we do that? What has to happen for you to become the go-to expert of your industry? You have to be seen, you have to be known, you have to be trusted, and you have to be revered. These are the things that people are looking for, right? When you're branded, people understand your value and they want to hire you for that value. Credibility makes sales easier, and there is no better way to build credibility in your brand than to get your name in the media. So what is media these days anyway? I mean, it's become so ambiguous, right? Is it movies or videos or YouTube? Is it your website? Is it books? Is it photos? Is it emails? Is it social media? Is it traditional media like the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and Entrepreneur Magazine? The answer is yes. It is all those things and more. And we're going to talk about that because there are really only 5 ways that your business is found, and 4 of them are media. There is earned media. This is the traditional media, the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, wherever it is that you live, CBS News, Entrepreneur Magazine, Fast Company. These are media that even other people's podcasts, you have to earn your way onto their stages. And you do that by having really good owned media. Owned media is media that you own. This is your website, your emails, even your social media is a bit of a hybrid. It's a shared media, but you own pretty much the content. You can say pretty much what you want. The reason it's shared is because those people can take your media down if they don't like what you say. But if you own a blog or you own a podcast or you own a magazine, this is also your owned media. Then there's paid media, anytime you are paying to be in front of an audience. And then there is search media. This is your SEO, right? Your reviews. How easily are you found? The better you are at your owned media, the more likely earned media is to have you on their stages. They're looking for numbers and engagement. How well do people like you, and how much do they care what you have to say? When you have a really engaged audience, earned media sees the value in you and they want to have you on their stages. The better you are at your earned and owned media, the better ROI you're going to get in your paid media. And the better you do all 3, the more more easily you're going to be found. That elevates your search media. The 5th way that you are found is referrals. It doesn't matter if it's your own internal sales team or other people are referring you, but the better you do your earned, owned, paid, and search media, the more referrals are going to come to you because it makes sales easier. But there is really one thing that has to happen from all these media before any message is even heard. And that is you have to stop the scroll. You have to capture their attention. You have to make their head snap. You have to get them to open up your post, your email, your method of communication, your article, your podcast. So let's talk about that, because credibility comes from a lot of things. The number of times a person sees or hears your name, where they see and hear your name, the quality of the content or the quote, and the attraction that they have to this content or quote. How much do they like what you have to say? That lends itself to credibility. Do they agree with you, right? The quality of your media appearances and social media. You have to earn your way up to the bigger stages. Go on your local cable stations, go on the podcast, respond to blogs, earn your way up to the bigger stages with the bigger audiences, earn your way onto the bigger podcast by going onto all the podcasts that are relevant to your topic. How easily you're found lends to credibility. The reviews that you receive lend to credibility. The number of stars matter, but the number of reviews matter more. How many people are reviewing you? Did they bother? Why all those people bothered to give you a review? The quality of those reviews. Are they saying something in their reviews? Or are they just giving you stars? That quality matters. And then the response to those reviews. Getting 4 and 5 stars every time is nowhere near as important as your response to those negative reviews, or really to all reviews. You want to appreciate the people that wrote you good reviews, and you want to answer intelligently and warmly, caringly to people who say bad things. If there's a negative review and you don't think it's fair, get that thing off of there as quickly as possible. Take the conversation elsewhere, but respond on there to show other people that you care. Out of all of these things, though, there is one thing that builds credibility more than anything else in the entire world, and that is repetition. Nothing builds credibility more than repetition in the brain, because that is how our brains learn. And that is the reason that you want to get into media over and over and over again, because that repetition of seeing your name, your brand with your topics and your level of expertise is going to add credibility to your brand. And then more people are going to see you as the expert. And we want to buy from the experts. We want to get treated by the experts. So how do you get in the media? You want to make your news relevant and interesting to today's conversation. You want to share your opinions. Experts have opinions and they are not afraid to share them. You want to comment on stories that talk about your topics. You want to share these stories to your feed. You want to add commentary. You want to share your expertise. You want to give greater insight or share what you like and what you don't like about an article. Don't be afraid to really listen to the conversation, that's the topics that are important to your industry, and add your own commentary. Weave yourself in interesting ways. If you're an expert in real estate, ask yourself, what do I really wish that my clients knew? If you're a coach, share life-saving insights, right? Life-changing insights that people can apply through quick tips today. Make it relevant to the people that are reading about your stories today, and they will start to see you as credible. And then the media will start to see you as someone with an opinion that they need to have in their articles, in their stories. Then they want to have you as a host or as a guest commentary, or maybe they'll do a feature on you. But the point is to get your name out there, become Google searchable, lend your expertise to make people smarter at what you do, and then they are not going to go out and steal your expert opinion. I mean, they're not going to steal your IP or anything. They're going to know that you're the expert in that area, and then they're going to come to you when they need your expertise. So if you want 10 tips right now on how to get in the media, text +1. We are in the USA. Text +1 833-767-0654. Text the letters PR as in public relations to that phone number, and I'm going to send you 10 tips on how to get your name in the media. If it doesn't work for you in any of the other countries, if you have trouble with it whatsoever, send me an email to Jennifer@engagementpr.com, engagement PR as in public relations.com, and I will send you the 10 tips on how to get in the media. Either one of those is going to work for you. And if you find throughout anywhere in this presentation that you want to have a conversation with us about how to get your name in the media, how you should be building your brand, get on my calendar. You can go to calendly.com/engagementpr and find time on my calendar. We'll give you the 10 tips. We'll teach you how to use them, and we will show you how to get in the media, because it matters to your brand, right? So one thing that I didn't realize growing up was how much marketing brilliance was in all those nursery rhymes we sang. But when I think about it, Old MacDonald ran a business, right? He had a farm and he had cows and chickens and ducks and geese and horses. And he had to sell milk and eggs and meat and wool from his sheep and, whatever. Like he ran a business. So it only makes sense that he had the formula for capturing people's attention way back then. Who knows the old MacDonald formula? If you know it, shout it out right now. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Yes, that's it. There's a reason I speak and don't sing. So let's not talk about that part. All right. So education makes them stop the scroll. Information keeps them in the know. Entertainment gives them that brain break that they are looking for, and inspiration motivates them to be great. So wherever the scroll is, whether it is on email or on social feeds or in a Google search or whatever it is, even if you're asking Siri or Alexa, you want to do one or any combination of the four of these things. And when you do that, your audience says, "Oh, that's for me." And then they stop the scroll and they pay attention to your posts. They pay attention to your stories. And that is how you capture attention. It doesn't matter if it's the media's attention when you're pitching a story or your client's attention when they're doing the scroll. You want to capture attention. And this is the exact formula. Did you know that Bill Gates says, if I was down to the last dollar of my marketing budget, I would spend it on public relations? And Richard Branson says, publicity is absolutely critical. A good PR story is infinitely more effective than a front page ad. Why is that? That's because getting other people to say that you're great lends credibility. Getting other people to lean on you for expert opinion lends to your credibility. Credibility equals easier sales. It's like a warm lead. So you want to have this credibility. So let's talk about how you can actually get in the media. I'm going to go over a couple of these 10 tips that I'm going to send to you. The first tip, number one in the 10 tips, is help a reporter out. HARO. Who's heard of HARO before? Stick a number 4 in the chat if you've heard of HARO. Everybody should be doing this. It doesn't matter where you are around the world. Helpareporterout.com. You will receive an email twice a day. The key to answering HAROs is to answer them as soon as possible, because once the media opens up and gets the answers that they're looking for, they're not going to open another 276 emails just to entertain themselves. You wouldn't do it either. Understand them and their stuff too, right? So be first to answer, right? Be one of the first with interesting commentary. Say something interesting, say something new, say something different. Give them some meat that they can use in their story. Tip number 2 is build relationships with the reporters who are writing about the topics of your industry. They already care about the topics that you care about. What are the topics that your clientele cares about? These are the reporters that you want to follow, the ones who are doing the stories on that. It doesn't matter if you're B2B, B2C, D2C, none of that matters anymore. Everything into business today is P2P, person to person. You are a person with a solution selling to a person with a problem. There is a person with a problem who is Google searching on how to solve it, and you are the person that is going to solve it. P2P, build relationships. That's how you get in the media too. Same exact thing. Tip number 8 in 10 tips on how to get in the media is respond to a story. Go to Twitter. Follow these reporters. Find out how you can become their friend by liking, commenting, and sharing their stories. Respond to their stories, add extra commentary, and then you will be seen as the resource. Be a friend to gain a friend, right? Okay. Jim Morrison says, whoever controls the media controls the mind. So if you really want to control the minds of your audience, of your buyers, and influence them to buy from you because you know that you're the best option to solve their problems, then you want to get in the media as often as possible. Be interesting to get in the media. Go and build the relationships with the reporters who are writing about what you write about, right? You want to be interesting and you want to be known. So media does this for you. Earned, owned, paid, and search. It doesn't matter. They all four play together, but you want to do your owned media really well to get into the earned media. We're talking earned media is what really elevates your credibility. But what elevates the credibility more than anything else? Go ahead and write it in the chat right now. We talked about it earlier. Repetition, right? Repetition gives you that credibility. So Daniel Borstein says, he actually takes a twist on Shakespeare here when he says, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some hire public relations officers. That's what I am. That is what we do. If you really want to close the economic gap for women in the next decade, in this year, you want to put yourself out there. You want to become seen, known, and revered for your expertise. You want to share your expertise. You want to share the things that you're like, gosh, I wish my clients knew this. Gosh, I wish more people knew this. That's the stuff you want to share. Lend credibility, build your credibility in all the different kinds of ways by having an opinion, sharing your opinion, sharing other people's stories. Follow the media on Twitter and become seen, known, and revered. Where am I going? Here we go. I am Jennifer L. Horsepool. I want to thank again the Miss Mogul for this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you thrive in business and media relations. And if you want to get a hold of me, here is all the ways. If you haven't done it yet, you want to definitely text the 10 tips on how to get your name in the media to +1 833-767 0654. I want to challenge you to be brave enough to build your brand into expert status. That's how you change lives with your expertise. Thank you all so much. I am Jennifer L. Horsepool, and I'm going to stop sharing now. And I'm going to say thank you to all of you. I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you again to Miss Mogul, and you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Hey, this is Pam Perry, and greetings everyone that is here with our Roar Global Conference. Wanted to say welcome, welcome from those who are joining us from Ghana, Botswana, the UK, Latin America, and of course the USA. So wanted to just say welcome to everyone, and thank you, Ms. Smith, for having me as part of this conference. So one of the things we want to talk about before we talk about how to leverage for recommendations and things like that. Not the endorsements, but the recommendations, someone to really write out. You can use these on your website. You can use them at the bottom of your email signature. You can use them on the back of a business card, but you have to make sure that what you understand that what people are saying about you is important to determine whether they're going to do business with you. So if you look on my website, there's a little part on my website, pamperrypr.com, that says what people are saying or client reviews or something like that. And so you'll read, and there's hundreds there because I've been in business for a long time. You don't have to have hundreds. You can have at least 10, right? You have to have at least 10. One of the things that is really, really important if you want to accelerate your business growth, you want to accelerate sales, and you want to get PR. This is really important. And if you don't have it, you need to get it. Have a book. The book doesn't have to be like 400 pages, doesn't have to be 300 pages, doesn't have to be even 200 pages. It can be a 148 page book, right? But the book is a tool. It's like a big business card. And so when you have a big business card, it really showcases who you are beyond your network. You can share it on Amazon, which is its own plethora in itself, its own vehicle. I'm an Amazon influencer, so every week I will do interviews with different clients about their books, and they sell tons of books. So when you have a book, create a launch page, create a mailing list for your book, do a book trailer. Definitely start building the buzz on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Pinterest as well, YouTube. Obviously, build a, how do I say, depending on what the book is about, nonfiction book, you're building a fan base, a raving fans of someone who wants to know that information. You're an expert, so you have expertise to share. So you want to share this information in the book. I don't care if you give the book away for free, but you do have to have a book because the media will then see you as an authority because you've written on this subject. You know, you at a certain point you're going to be creating blogs around the book. You're going to be creating a opt-in list. You're going to distribute a press release about the book because it's new and it's news. You're going to really make sure you're doing it. You're reaching out to really getting blurbs for the book or an endorsements for the book. Hey, I have a brand new book I'm writing. I'd like you to do an endorsement or the forward for my book. Those are influencers in your area. That makes a difference. This is just all for the book, right? The other thing you're going to, because you have a book, you can then reach out to podcasters. Hey, I'm the author of such and such. I'd like to be on your podcast show. You want to make sure that you're doing Amazon reviews because that's really important. The more Amazon reviews you have, the more your book is going to go up in the search engines. And you're going to request those reviews because people don't always do that automatically. You have to ask. Definitely, you're going to really create the content now strategy online based on the content from the book. So if you have 12 chapters, obviously you can create graphics out of those 12 chapters that will be on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. I'm a big fan of LinkedIn. So that's one of the things. You can also boost posts and do paid advertising. All this buzz is around the book, promoting your podcast interview, promoting your blog posts, creating your giveaways that maybe you're giving away the first 3 chapters, or maybe you're giving away something around the book, right? And then you put it in an autoresponder sequence, which is really important. We won't go into all the digital marketing parts of the book, but also to schedule free days on Kindle, because that then makes sure that the book gets into Kindle is owned by Amazon. Make sure the book gets to your ideal audience. Remember, it goes back to your core audience. And then continue to reach out to people that you know that would love to have the information. You can even send the PDF along with an intro to who you are. That helps your sales. That helps your business growth because it positions you as an expert. So that's all about writing a book. So the other thing that you want to do is making sure that you're leveraging PR. But first, before you do anything, is write a top list of the PR outlets that you want to be in, the media outlets that you want to be in, that you want to get PR for. What are they? So don't put, CNN and all the top ones. You want to start local first. Like I just asked you, when was the last time a local reporter has called you? If they haven't, make sure that they're on the list. If it's a local daily or if it's your 24-hour news radio station, if it's the local television station, you want to make sure, or if it's a community station, it's a community network, if it's an OTT network, whatever. All right. Make a list of the top 10 that are probably the lowest hanging fruit for you to get, that you maybe see that you can get right away within the next 30 days or the next 60 days for sure. Once you get those 10, then you go to a larger batch of media, then the larger and larger. No one starts out directly on CNN. You could put podcasts on that list as well if they're in your niche, because one of the things is just write a list of 10, work those 10. Now, obviously, as a publicist, I have lists of thousands, right? But we have relationships with maybe hundreds, but we have lists of thousands. But because I am a publicist, it's a little bit different for me. So I can have a larger list. But if you're doing it yourself, you want to be very, very crystal clear about what media you're going to be reaching out to. And it's only just 10. Get those 10 and then move on to the other thing. The other thing is just get out of your comfort zone. Getting out of your comfort zone, maybe doing something like an IG live, a LinkedIn live, a Facebook live, but you do have, or a webinar, and do a webinar live and invite people to it, a Facebook group. You've got to know how to put yourself out there, to get out there. It might help to get a coach to help you really get over that, but we're not talking about selling per se. We're talking about sharing your content, sharing your expertise, sharing your authority in the area, so that people will understand that, hey, they know what they're talking about. They are the person that can hire. One of the things that you want to do is making sure that you are also speaking on platforms, right? So at Published Speakers Magazine, a lot of the speakers in the magazine aren't necessarily full-time speakers, but they are speaking at conferences. They're being hired at conferences. People who are speaking at conferences have more visibility, which is one of the main things that you want: visibility and credibility. PR will get you that, and so will speaking on stages as well. You want to make sure that you're doing that. The other thing is you want to make sure that you publish articles, right? Publish articles, whether it's in a newsletter of a trade association that you're part of, or you're publishing articles in typical magazines. My magazine takes articles, right? And so at the end of the article will be your byline, your bio, your photo, and that what you're expert in. And if you have a book, it'll mention your book as well, because then media begets media. Media begets media. Make sure that you know that. The other thing too is to, when you're on television and you want to have that part of your media recipe, I guess you would say, is to get some media coaching, get some media training before lights, camera, action. Don't let it be the top CNN or your top TV outlet before you actually get used to, say, doing Zooms, right? How do you show up on camera? How's your background? Is it distracting? If you see with mine, my background is not distracting. It is just so that it's directly geared toward you, the viewer, right? The other thing you want to make sure is that you are, if you can, to do a regular podcast, even if you only do it once a month. But this is so that people can hear you on a regular basis in their ear, and you can speak for 15-20 minutes about your area of expertise. So you want to do that. The other thing too that I really think is the best thing that you could probably do is to collaborate. And that's what this whole conference is about, is collaborate. Find out who are the influencers in your area and figure out some way to collaborate with them. Don't compete, collaborate. There's something that they can bring to the table that is different from you, and something that you can bring. And both of you all go after the same core market, but you have different offerings. And so that's one of the main things that you can do that will build your sales, build your business. And then also too, once you have that collaboration done, deal inked, that's a PR opportunity where you can do a press release together. And then the last thing that I'm going to talk about is about the website. Okay, we could do a whole seminar on websites, but websites, one or two things. When you're pitching the media, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to Google you, and hopefully your website comes up first. Not your Facebook, not your Instagram, but your website needs to come up first. And in that website needs to be truncated links within the website that the journalist or the producer or the editor can go to. They need to see the website. If you Google Pam Perry PR, you will see what comes up is the blog, the podcast, the services is truncated, the about, the bio, the press page, the media page, and also to the one sheet. These are all the brand assets that you need that need to be on your website, and that needs to come up first. If a reporter is trying to find things, or they're trying to just so much like doing too much detective work to find out where your headshot is, where your bio is, what was the last time that you said anything relevant, that you need to read some relevant blogs. I mean, all those things matter and needs to sit on the website. They don't need to be jumping from Instagram to Facebook to LinkedIn to figure out who you are, what you stand for, and what are you doing. It needs to be coherent. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be clear. All of those things need to be on the website, right? Don't have a whack website. Have a website that flows, and it needs to be search engine optimized and obviously mobile friendly, right? So making sure you do that and have an opt-in list. There's so many things on my list of things that you're in order to get out there and get known, things that you must do. So what I like to do is offer you an opportunity to download my free ebook. I think the link is here, but it's pamperrypr.com/ebook. It goes into more detail about how to really structure your content strategy, structure your PR strategy, what kind of things to say, how often should you say it, how to automate, how to really make a difference in the digital world, because that's where we live in right now. That's how we can talk to all the people from around the country. But make sure that you get the free ebook there at pamperrypr.com/ebook. It is just a gift just for Roar that I'd love for you to get, and really understand how to really leverage PR and build your business and get more sales, right? The main thing is knowing your core audience, getting the media coverage, and making sure that on all points that all of your brand assets are put together. Very pristine, very professional. And they don't have to look like it's a Hollywood movie in order for you to do a live, but it does just have to be clean, straightforward, right? Just straightforward. This is who I am. This is what I do. And you are an expert at what you do. I've been doing PR and marketing for so long that it's pretty much the things that I know. Now, if you want me to talk about sports, I'm not your girl, because I don't know anything about sports. But for the one thing that you do know, you should be able to speak on stages, speak in the media, be a source for the media, be an expert, have a book, have content strategy around that. That's what a real expert does. That's how you build your business. That is how you build your business. So do you stand out? I started out with that. So making sure the next time that we meet up, that you say, yes, I do. I can say yes to all of those questions, and I am standing out. If I can be any help to you, please reach out. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much, and I will talk with you soon. God bless.
Didn't I tell you that these ladies were going to offer a power-packed segment about PR, media, and branding? I did not disappoint you, I know. I even learned a few things in those segments. Here is what we know. If we're going to 10x our businesses and really go global with our brands, we have to properly leverage PR, media, and branding. Nobody gives that information better than Dr. Pam Perry and Jennifer Horspool. So again, ladies, thank you for sharing with the summit on today. Now, I hope you're now understanding the theme and how all of this is bringing together a continuity of thought. First, we talked about the funding. Then we talked about masterminds. Then we talked about leadership. And then we're talking about media. Now that you have all of this information together, it's time now for you to own your intellectual property. So here is where we learn how intellectual property can be leveraged in contractual agreements, in building businesses, and building collaborations. People are truly interested in the value of intellectual property. So when I thought about who should I bring to speak to you about intellectual property, none other than Shakitha Davis. She is the owner and the principal at the Davis Law Firm here in Houston, Texas. She is a contractual, entertainment, and business attorney. She is an astute professional, and she truly is an expert in the understanding of leveraging intellectual property. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I want to make sure that Shakitha has enough time to share with you how you can take this brain matter, this brain power you have and leverage it for intellectual property and for strategic collaboration. So now, without further ado, please take it away, Shakitha.
Hello and welcome to Roar Global 2022 Summit. Thank you so much to Miss Mogul for allowing me to be a part of this event. And welcome to our US delegation. Welcome to our global delegation. Welcome to the other ladies that are sharing the stage with me. It's a powerful time to be present. And I'm so excited to be presenting on securing your intellectual property in strategic collaborations. And so we're going to get started and get right into how we can secure our intellectual property in collaborations. I am attorney Shakitha Davis, and I am the principal attorney of the S. Davis Law Group. It is a law firm that is woman-owned, and it was founded in 2014. Our firm focuses in the areas of business, intellectual property, and real estate law. So those are our main practice area, and we do that through general counsel services. So definitely visit our website, www.thesdavislawgroup.com, to learn more information about our firm and our services. So getting right into our agenda on intellectual properties and collaborations for success, we're going to talk about today what intellectual property is, why intellectual property is important for creative entrepreneurs, the differences between copyright, trademark, and patents, specifically focusing on copyright and trademark and how that relates to strategic collaborations, what measures can be taken to protect intellectual property. We're going to talk about intellectual property protection through copyright and trademark. Also, we're going to talk about how we can secure intellectual property in strategic collaborations and what resources are available to protect our businesses. Lastly, we're going to talk about how we can stay connected with the S. Davis Law Group and follow my brand, Shakitha Davis. All right, so let's get into it. So the first thing that we want to answer is, what is intellectual property? We're not going to assume that you know, right? So intellectual property, simply defined, is, and also affectionately called IP, is going to be a legal right that provides protection to the creation of an individual's organic or original creation or invention. So intellectual property is a legal right that provides protection to the creation of an individual's original creation or invention. So what are some ways that we protect intellectual property? What are some ways that we can, through with our businesses, protect our intellectual property that we are creating as entrepreneurs and as people that want to close the economic gap, right? One of the ways that we can do that is making sure that we are protecting the things that we are creating. And so some ways to protect the things that we are creating, you see the TM, which is a trademark. And so just knowing when to use this symbol and what it means. The C with the circle, which is going to be copyright. So that represents copyright. We're going to talk about what this is and what it's used for. Patents, just briefly discussing how it works and when you use it. What a trade secret, which simply is exactly how it sounds. It is a trade secret. And then contracts, understanding IP agreements, right? And so that is definitely tied to strategic collaborations. And so just staying here just a little bit longer, we're going to briefly talk about a patent. So a patent is a government authority or license conferring a right or title for a set period, especially the sole right to exclude others from making, using, or selling an invention. So first of all, a patent has to be submitted via application to the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office. And so that application has to be approved. It goes through a process, a vetting process. It's issued an application number. And so you definitely want to make sure that you partner and get an attorney to help you through that process. Patents are very specific, and so there's a few different types of patents that we're not going to go into for sake of time. But patents are a way to protect your invention. So when you think of patent, you're going to think that you have invented something and that we want to protect that invention. Patent does have a limited time frame, and typically that's about 20 years that you will be able to exclusively use that before it goes into the public domain, right? So the second thing that I just kind of want to highlight is a trade secret. And so a trade secret is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to be a secret device or techniques that's used by a company in manufacturing its products. And one of the ways that you protect a trade secret is you really introduce it to limited people and limited staffs. You do not a part of a trade secret, and the reason why it's able to be called that and guarded in that capacity is that you are not sharing it with a lot of individuals. You would only be sharing that with very, very limited employees or key staff people. Okay. So that means that you are not going to release the recipe to whatever it is. I think that Coca-Cola was a good example that people were using, is that the recipe is not readily available in order to how to make the exact product. And a lot of companies do that, which would be restaurants. If there's a signature sauce or a signature product that they have, they're not going to release it to all of the staff members. It would be limited people that have the full recipe. All right, so different, and also just lastly, going to contract and understanding IP agreements. So a contract or a licensing agreement for parties using that are permitted to use the protected IP. So first you would get the protection, and then we're going over the contract that goes over how we're going to use that protection. And so examples of the ways that you can use a contract in relation to IP is going to be a confidentiality clause in an agreement with vendors, right? Because as a business owner, you may not be creating all of the products or the services that you are going to sell. You may outsource that to a vendor. You want to make sure that it's very, very clear in your agreement where the intellectual property rights lie, because it may be your idea, but with the vendor creating it, you just want to make sure that that's established. And that's a part that you can collaborate. You can outsource to a vendor for them to collaborate to bring your idea to life, but you want to make sure that you have ownership of that idea, or if you guys have joint ownership, that you have negotiated and discussed that and put it in a contract. So once again, that's the first thing that we're hitting with strategic collaborations. Is if you have a collaboration with a vendor and you're outsourcing something to a vendor, you want to make sure that it is clearly spelled out what those IP rights are, okay? Or a confidentiality clause, as we discussed. Another way is a non-disclosure agreement. If you're dealing with staff or if you're dealing with another strategic partner, you would definitely want to have a non-disclosure clause, and that can be mutual to decide if you guys are jointly creating something, just to make sure that it's not disclosed to other parties without both of you knowing it. A third type of IP agreement would be an agreement with your employees. If you have someone that is creating something for you that may be their IP in terms of creating it, but ownership goes to the company because they were creating it on company time. So you would want to make sure that in your employee agreement that you have that clearly spelled out who owns the intellectual property if it's created by an employee. As you're paying them. So typically, an employer is going to put in the agreement that they own the intellectual property if the employee has created it while they were working for or on the time clock for the employer, right? Because they're getting paid to do that. You definitely don't want to make that assumption. You want to make sure that that's covered in contract, and you want to check the local laws with your state. So you want to get an attorney that's barred in your state, or somebody that's familiar with laws in your state or in your country, with how that works in terms of IP protection for your business with employees. Another type of IP agreement is going to be ownership clauses, just making sure that you put in, if you are jointly collaborating with someone, that you're going to clearly outline who owns it. So, once again, just putting that in any agreements, any collaborations that you are doing, who clearly owns the intellectual property. You don't want to make assumptions that you own it or that the other person will own it. You want to have that clearly spelled out. And lastly, a non-compete agreement, right? So if someone is creating something, or if you've exposed your idea to someone and you actually um, don't want them to become a competitor of yours, right? Because you've maybe exposed a secret, or you've exposed something that makes your idea unique. You don't want them to go out and give that idea to a competitor or to become a competitor. So, non compete agreements are really, really important. You definitely want to check, once again, the laws in your state on whether those are enforceable or not. And you want to have them contracted in a state where they are enforceable. So that is um, just a few agreements that can help you to be able to protect your intellectual property. All right. So some of the benefits of intellectual property are, protection is that it can attract investors. So you can totally use intellectual property, a trademark or a copyright, to be able to leverage that to sell it, or to raise capital for your business. So this is talking about actually establishing a brand and making sure that that brand can be able to have capital, and to raise capital for you. Some other benefits of intellectual property is that it can act as a deterrent. So the fact that you have a contract, the fact that you have a trademark, the fact that you have a copyright can act as a deterrent to someone who is potentially wanting to complete intellectual property theft, or wanting to take your idea. The fact that it is registered and that you can sue them in the court of law is something that's very, very powerful. It can deter competitors. So, it can definitely deter someone from trying to create an idea, or a work, or a logo, or a design that is, the word that is used a lot in trademark is substantially similar. If somebody's just changed one word, or they tweaked the letter, and it looks really, really close to yours, um, that is something that can be a deterrent if it is a registered trademark or a registered copyright. It can defend against someone stating that you are copying their brand if you have your trademark and you have your copyright. It can aid in cross licensing in case you do want to license your product to another brand, or a vendor, or a strategic partner, and add additional sources of income. So we're going to dive a little bit into what a trademark is. So a trademark is a distinct word or phrase, a graphic symbol, or other that is used to identify a product or service and distinguish them from competitors. So when you think trademark, you want to think about something that is actually in commerce, that either you plan to make money from, or you are currently making money from, and that you want to distinguish from your competitors. You don't want your customers to be confused about you and a competitor in the market. And so that is what trademarks speak to. So some examples of some popular trademarks can be FedEx. You see the 5 rings for the Olympics, which I'm sure that we're familiar with both in the U.S. and globally. A lot of countries are represented in the Olympics. MTV, which is a popular television network. and Chipotle, which is a restaurant brand that has actually grown over the past couple of years. All of those are examples of trademarks and registered trademarks. So let's just talk about some pricing for a trademark. So this can range depending on your location. If you are outside of the US, each country does set their own pricing for trademark, but just here in the US, the fees can range about from 275 on up, um, depending on the type of trademark that's completed. A trademark is going to last. It covers the period that your company is in commerce. You do have to renew your trademark. So once again, that's something that you want to make sure that you partner with a qualified trademark attorney on this. And just really understand the application process as well as responses that might be necessary when you're applying. The USPTO, the US Patent and Trademark Office, does have an attorney on that side that reviews applications. So you want to make sure that you have an attorney advocate that's helping you through the process. Okay, so some trademark symbols can be the R with the circle, and that's used to indicate a registered trademark. SM, which is used to brand a service, and it's called a service mark. TM, which is going to be used to brand a product, and that is a trade mark that stands for trademark. So, just briefly going now into copyright. A copyright is going to give the owner the right to keep others from the unauthorized use of a work. Some of the qualities of a copyright is that it must be original, it must be tangible, it must have some creativity produced by the exercise of human intellect. And then the aspects of protection are very narrow with the scope, and the term is going to be life plus 70 years and commercial, which is also interchangeable with a work for hire, which is going to be 120 years. So, what I want you to program into your head as being a creative entrepreneur, as being a person that is putting things into market, is that you create. So, that's what the creative work is, whether that can be copyrighted, protect it, deciding whether you want to protect it via copyright, trademark, trade dress, contract, preferably you can get that with a trademark, copyright, or a patent that you're protecting whatever your invention or your idea is, and then you share it. So create, protect, and then share. Sometimes we create something and we want to automatically share it with the world. That is not going to work with helping you to create legacy and to close that economic gap that we're trying to close. You definitely want to make sure that you are registering your business assets as with intellectual property protection so that you can create wealth for that next generation. So, just talking a little bit more about strategic collaboration. So, Harvard Business Review defines strategic collaborations as durable commitments made for mutual gain. So, keep that in mind. So, it's durable commitments and it's made for mutual gain. So, that is what you want to think about when you think about strategic collaborations. It's not just one party that's benefiting, but it's going to be something that's mutual. All right. So, some key points of strategic collaboration include joint authority. You want to make sure that there's a structure and then there's a common mission. Okay. So, that's some key points of strategic collaboration that I want you to look for when you look for strategic collaborations. All right. And so, just wrapping up, we've talked about a lot. We've talked about copyright, we've talked about trademark, we've talked about different ways to protect yourself through contracts. We've also talked about a trade secret, where it's just keeping something, very with limited exposure to people outside of your workplace. And so, ways that you can connect with us, we're on Twitter at S Davis Law Group. We are on Facebook at S Davis Law Group, Instagram, S Davis Law Group. And of course, you can join and visit our webpage to connect with us and to join our newsletter, the sdavislawgroup.com. So I'm so privileged to be able to share this time with you and to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, which is intellectual property and how we can use that to leverage and push our business forward and close the economic gap. So I cannot stress enough how important it is to register your intellectual property as a business owner. If you are not, you are leaving it for exposure to people that can cause intellectual property theft. So thank you once again, and I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Mogul.
Dynamic, absolutely dynamic. I hope by now you have a comprehensive understanding of what it truly means to protect your intellectual property and the importance of it. You'll see me use Ms. Mogul with a little R next to it. And the reason why I insist that that R is in everything I do is for that very reason. It's a registered trademark. Thank you, Attorney Shay Davis, and thank you to all of our U.S. speakers. My goodness, hasn't this been a dynamic session and part of the conference? Again, I want to thank you all for hanging in there with us to hear all of our U.S. speakers. We started at the top of the hour talking about funding. Then we moved into masterminds. Then we moved into leadership. Then we had a really good conversation about PR, branding, and leveraging the media. And we rounded out with intellectual property. We believe that if you use all of these ingredients throughout the decade of achievement, we will inevitably get to a place where we close the economic achievement gap. We're no longer climbing corporate ladders, but we're building global bridges. Dynamic. Now, we're to a part in the conference that I have been waiting all day for. Are you ready? Are you really ready? It's now time, you all, for us to announce that the Mogul app is launched. I wish I had confetti dropping in the studio here, but this has been a long time in the making. I want to thank my partners in the UK, Sesh Suketo and Annette White with One and Done in the United Kingdom for working with me to bring together this vision of launching the Mogul app. It truly is a global internet, relational, I should say, platform for businesses in the global arena, in the diaspora, working with businesses in the U.S. What we have done in this app is now close those communications gaps. So if you want to host events, if you want to stream live events, you can now do that in the app. If you want to host your own brand, you can do that in the app. If you have a U.S. business product or service that you want to become a global entity, we can do that within the app. And what's the value of our app? The value is the people that we're connected with: ambassadors, ministers of commerce, ministers of tourism, bankers, digital bankers. Look, I would just be remiss if I started to name everybody that's connected with the app. Here is what you need to do. Go to your platform, whether it's an Apple platform or an Android platform. Download the app today. It's the Mogul app. Input your email address, and for all of you who registered in the conference, all you have to do is enter the email address you used to register, put in the code 1234568, and you're in. Begin posting and interacting with all of the information and content we have there. And for those of you who will see this in the replay, simply create a profile and then begin interlocking and interconnecting with the people and with the information that's in the app. I want to also make this quick announcement. We have some exclusive content in the app. Kern Cherry, who is a dynamic speaker who has thousands of people attend her events every year, talking about how to create leverage in strategic collaborations with events, she'll be in the app. Catherine Cujo, who is from Ghana, a global philanthropist. She has a presentation in there about now how to do business and philanthropy in Ghana and elevate your professional profile while you're doing that. Last and certainly not least, we rounded off with the sales master himself, Mr. Brian McNeil, who is also in the Mogul app. So we wanted to create an opportunity for all of you who are registered to get some good stuff, some exclusives. They will be in the app for the duration of this summit. Do not miss them. We're going to leave this up for some time. Go now to the Mogul app and download, whether on Android or Apple. So stay tuned, you all. Bigger and better things are ahead for the Mogul brand. Watch this. Welcome back, everybody. We are now into the international business aspect of the conference. Thank you all again for being with us. I want to welcome again all of our listeners in Ghana, Botswana, UK, USA, of course, and in Latin America. Now, we wanted to start this particular part of our conference with a greeting from His Majesty, the Kono of the Yilo Krobo state in Ghana. He is a forward-thinking visionary. He is also a very passionate man about connecting the diaspora to the opportunities that are happening right now in Somania, Ghana, and in the continent of Africa at large. As you well may know, Africa is now a free trade continent. Let me say that again, free trade continent. What this simply means is that the opportunities and the doors are wide open now to the diaspora to do business and exchange with the continent. So we would be remiss if we did not have words from our king, the Kono of the Yilo Krobo state. Please take a listen.
All protocols observed. Thank God for how far he has brought the summit. And I'm so much happy to be part of this summit, which has the global intention of bridging the economic gap between nations and all walks of life. As a king of the people of Yilo Krobo in Ghana, and ruling a state that have a strategic positioning in the country, for that matter, Africa, which globally stands to benefit all individuals, organizations that has the interest to engage and support the agenda of this summit to bridge the economic gap, to ensure that as much as possible, all lives will have a better living. Yilo Krobo in Ghana within the Eastern Region Enclave is strategically positioned for economic development, which has a very strong advantage and prospects for any investor or investors who wish to expand globally. I would say that Yulokrobo is one of the places that has the prospects that as we invest, we are going to recoup our investment as much as possible in the shortest possible time. Yulokrobo is positioned in terms of agriculture around the globe, and it's known we have one of the sustainable seasonal rainfall, natural rainfall, aside all the water bodies around that could help for an irrigation to have all year round agriculture investment. We have a 2 straight seasons, which is the minor season and the major season, which we have rainfall in a very good soil. Currently, it's one of the areas that agriculture is thriving very, very high. For that matter, even since the independence of this country, the first president of the country deemed it wise to establish the University of Sustainable Development because of the strategic positioning of the states and the prospects in terms of agriculture and anything that will help sustain the country, Africa, and any other interested people or organization. For that matter, it is also open for investments in the industry of real estate, as currently having a university, which is a public university, it has drawn much attention to the state, which we are receiving a lot of people who needs accommodation, as currently we are deficient in terms of accommodation. So any investment in the areas of real estate, commercially, or however you want to run it, is very, very viable. And U.S. state being positioned strategically, which easily connects to the city of Accra. Just a short minute's drive, you get into the city. A short minute's drive, you get into the Volta. A short minute's drive, you get into the Ashanti. Already in the Eastern Enclave, a short minute's drive, you get even to the northern part of the country. It has become a very sensitive area for all people moving in to invest. So I would like to use this opportunity as part of the agenda to bridge this gap economically, to let all the people in diaspora know that Yulokrobo is a place to focus and a place to come. The people of Yulokrobo are very hospitable, very friendly. They are open-minded people, knowledgeable people, intelligent people that you can rely on. And as a king who has the mandate to seek for the economic welfare of the people, I have the agenda to drive the people to ensure that they support any economic venture or ventures that will help grow the place and help let the place become economically viable. So you have my support as a king in this area, that when you come, land issues will not going to be a problem for you if you want to go into the real estate. It's not going to be a problem for you. We ensure that you have a sound, clean land that you can use for such an investment. Also, being an area that is growing fast, there is a need for financial industry to ensure that we are sound in terms of receiving financial resources for any kind of development, so that any education in terms of finances that will help turn around the people and their lives, and will help that any investment that is being done there will have the necessary financial backing for its success will be made available for us. So it's also another area that if anybody or any organization sought to invest financially, it's very valuable, because the people, even as natives, are so much excited and so much eager to go into any organization or any business that will turn their life around. So when you have such an area that is rising so fast like that, it is good that we have financial investors or people who want to do business in the financial sector, which is very much profitable. It will be profitable for us. Then finally, we know that in any area of development in this current dispensation, technology is something that we cannot run away from. And with us having the University of Sustainable Development, which has the mandate of the country and of even Africa to ensure that we sustain our environment, we sustain for our future generation, technology is one of the things that we are looking out for, which at the end of the day will be the driving seat for us to achieve this agenda of sustainable environmental development. And when you take any organization, as we can talk about at this time, you cannot strive or you cannot succeed in this time of doing business without technology. And we, the people of Ilo State, we are open for any technological advancement, any technological investment to help the country and to help the whole world to know and to achieve that needed success from a very good technological performance as much as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to stress and say that if you want to invest outside your state, outside your country, into another country or another state in terms of going global, in terms of going international, then Ghana, Ilokrobo is one of the areas that you should look out for. Currently, we have set up structures which Ms. Mughal is aware, and Ms. Mughal is ready to give you all the insights and all the needed advice that will help you to achieve that aim or a goal to go global and to become an international organization or international individual for the betterment of the life that we seek to make good and bridge the gap of this economic situation across the globe. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless the summit, and may the summit become successful. God bless Ilo State. God bless Ms. Mughal and the organization. Amen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I hope what you heard in there are several opportunities, which is one of the reasons why we launched the app. First of all, there is a call for technology development. Secondly, education. Tech, of course, is going to play a large part in that, but also the business aspect of that, particularly with real estate, affordable housing, energy, agriculture. All of those components are the components that we will now host within the app. So if you heard the invitation from the King, if you're considering doing business in another state and in another country, I invite you to now join us through the Mogul app, where we can now begin conversing with you and connecting you with those opportunities, not only in the Yilo Krobo state of Ghana, but in the country of Ghana at large, and ultimately in the continent of Africa at large. So wonderful opportunities there. Make sure, again, you connect with the app. For another reason, you will get the updates on the Trade Commission. I had the unique opportunity of meeting His Majesty last year in Ghana, and what a delight it was. So I want to make sure that you all are aware of the opportunities. Make sure that you go download the app, whether you're on Apple or Android, does not matter. If you're registered for this conference, all you have to do is put in your email address, then enter 1234567 You have access to the app, and we will be updating it with information ongoing. Somebody say NFTs. We have so many wonderful things in the works. You don't want to miss this opportunity to connect with the world and build global bridges. So now, without further ado, I want to go to our next speaker, who is actually the keynote of the day. And so our next speaker is the Honorable Edward Kufuro. He hails from one of the most prominent families in Ghana as the second son of the former president, His Excellency John Kufuro. He is a global figure and icon in his own right. Not only is he an actor, but he's a global philanthropist, a global expert in commerce, in banking, in finance, and so much more. I invite you to go to our website and ensure that you read his bio. It is much too lengthy for us to mention here, but trust me when I tell you, this man is literally the bridge between the opportunities and understanding the challenges ahead and the solutions that are available to us in doing global business. So now, without further ado, please welcome the keynote of Roar Global 2022, the Honorable Edward Kufuro.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Raw Global 2022 Leadership and Business E-Summit. I'm Reverend Edward Ejikun Kufuor, founder of Kufuor Private Office in Accra, Ghana, West Africa. First, I'd like to say a special thank you to the global founder of Raw Global Summit, Ms. Mogul, Ms. Charity Smith, for this wonderful opportunity, and also to congratulate her and her team for putting together such a phenomenal event. I'd also like to welcome our US and global delegation and thank them for participating and sharing the wealth of knowledge and experience they possess. Next, to my fellow distinguished panel of speakers who are leaders and captains of industry, I am honored and privileged to share the stage with you all today. Finally, to you, our summit delegates from around the globe, thanks for registering, participating, and making this summit a success. Now, just in case I've neglected to acknowledge anyone, I'll end the salutations with all protocols observed. Going right to my assignment. The theme for this year's Raw Global Summit is 10x your business through strategic collaborations, build global bridges. I will be speaking to you on the topic, maximizing business opportunities in Ghana and on the continent of Africa. The ability to identify problems to which one can proffer unique, strategic, and viable solutions for the benefit of the masses or society at large is an attribute that every entrepreneur possesses. In return for solving such problems, the entrepreneur reaps rewards which are commensurate with the size or extent of the risk involved. Usually, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Taking such risks means stepping out of one's comfort zone, not blindly though, but rather armed with as much credible information as possible, which then provides a certain amount of comfort or cushion, if you will, and allows the entrepreneur to make informed decisions. It requires the entrepreneur to form alliances, initiate collaborations, and build networks with like-minded individuals, entities, institutions, corporations, etc., often in different geographical locations around the globe, all with the goal of enhancing access to resources that are key to achieving success. Now, here are a few facts. Africa is comprised of 55 sovereign states or nations. Africa is considered as the poverty capital of the globe, an emerging market, with most of its constituent nations labeled Third World, with each assigned a rank in terms of development. And why, you might ask? Mainly because of the relatively abysmal rate of development of its economic and social infrastructure for the benefit of the masses, which can be directly attributed to poor leadership, governance, administration, and management of available resources. However, these very same labels also qualify the continent as the next frontier. In other words, inherent in these same apparent negatives, these problems, if you will, lies great opportunity and the potential for unprecedented rewards, growth, and advancement, which to the entrepreneurial mind should be the focus. And with that focus, it becomes a matter of perspective or perception. Is the glass half empty or half full? Consider these few following facts. Africa is larger than the United States, China, and Europe combined. It is literally 3 times the size of these continents and almost twice the size of Russia. Size-wise, it is only second to the continent of Asia. Africa has a relatively youthful human resource or population, about 1.4 billion inhabitants, less populous than the rest of the other continents now, and hence has a huge potential and room for growth. Africa also possesses 60% of the planet's arable lands, 90% of the world's raw material reserves, 40% of the world's gold reserves, 33% of the world's diamond reserves. It is endowed with a plethora of other mineral and natural resources. It would seem that with all this and more going in its favor, the continent would be the first world continent if there was ever such a classification. But for a variety of reasons, some credited to external influences and others to internal factors, which I will not delve into because of time, Africa has been a late bloomer. Other continents and their constituent countries, which took lead in innovation and development, have peaked, plateaued, and are either saturated or fast approaching saturation. In terms of opportunities, such an environment can be limiting, challenging for entrepreneurs and businesses. Enter Africa, the late bloomer. Africa is now emerging on the world stage, fortunately or unfortunately, again, a matter of perspective, with all these positives and negatives at play. The world is evolving at a rapid rate, spurred on by technological advancements and innovation pioneered by the Tier 1 nations of the world. And Africa, the late bloomer, is benefiting from their achievements, standing on their shoulders and catching up fast at a rate which has the potential to eclipse that of the trailblazers. Africa is awake now, and 54 of the 55 constituent sovereign nations, member states of the African Union, have now come together to establish the African Continental Free Trade Area, in order to deepen economic integration of the continent. Basically, the entire continent is now becoming one single trade bloc, with free movement of goods and services and persons, boosting intra-African trade. Per the established treaty, its general objectives include, but are not limited to, contributing to the movement of capital and the facilitation of investments to promote and attain sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, gender equality, and structural transformation of the state parties, to enhance the competitiveness of the economies of the state parties within the continent and the global market, to promote industrial development through diversification and regional value chain development, agricultural development, and food security, creating a harmonized and fair playing ground and offering the opportunity to close economic achievement gaps for states, entities, institutions, and even individuals. Why set up or invest in Ghana? Ghana is one of the 55 sovereign nations of the continent, a long-standing proponent of African unity and integration. Ghana was one of the founding member states of the African Union, originally Organization of African Unity, one of the first countries to sign the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and also the first to ratify it. Ghana is also the host country for the new African Continental Free Trade Secretariat, thereby positioning itself to become the new commercial capital of Africa. Ghana has a stable democratic climate, ranked the most stable political environment within the West African sub-region and 8th in Africa. Ghana has established democratic institutions and system to ensure good governance and rule of law in the country. Accessibility. Ghana is geographically closer than any other country to the center of the planet, with an average of about 8 hours of flying time to Europe and to the Americas. World Population Review, WPR information. Ghana has a refurbished world-class airport within the West African sub-region, serving numerous flights from within the continent, Europe, and the rest of the world. Ghana is home to one of West Africa's largest ports, Tema, which is centrally located in West Africa and has been recently upgraded. It also has a good network of trunk roads and financial services, immediate access to over 370 million market of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Ease of doing business. Ghana is ranked one of the best places for doing business in Africa, according to the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. Best destination for investing in West Africa, and 5th on the continent, A.T. Kearney Global Services Location Index, GSLI 2019. It also ranks high as one of the FDI destinations in West Africa, FDI being foreign direct investments. Ghana has a strong resource pool. Ghana is the second largest cocoa producer in the world. It is also the second biggest gold producing country in Africa after South Africa. The third largest bauxite reserve in Africa with over 180 million tons, 150 million tons of iron deposit, over 60 million tons of manganese, 5 billion to 7 billion reserves of oil and gas, 6 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserve, 13.5 hectares of arable land, 6.4 million hectares of cultivable land, and 228,792 hectares of irrigable land. Ghana also has 560 kilometers of pristine shoreline, which is equivalent to 350 miles, according to Ghana Tourism Authority. It exports $13.84 billion annually. Some of Ghana's key exports goods are gold, oil, cocoa, tuna, bauxite, aluminum, manganese ore, timber, diamonds, and agricultural products. Ghana also has existing multilateral and bilateral trade partnership agreements, such as the Economic Partnership Agreement with the European Union, the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement, TIFA, and AGOA with the USA, the Interim Trade Partnership Agreement with the United Kingdom, all of which will further give your business duty-free, quota-free, and tariff-free access to your exports from Ghana to other global markets. Internally, Ghana has resources such as the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, for investment facilitation, assistance with the process of setting up, and providing access to incentives. Association of Ghana Industries, which also assists small, medium, and large manufacturing and services industries in agro-processing, agro-business, transport, electronics, to name a few. In closing, per the information provided, there is great potential for expanding business in Africa as a whole, keeping in mind that conditions and requirements vary from nation to nation. By seeking out and strategically collaborating and building bridges with like-minded individuals or entities, one can maximize opportunities in any and all sectors of Ghana's economy. Thank you for your attention, and I hope the information provided will be useful in your quest to maximize your business opportunities in Ghana and West Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from a statesman. We have heard now from our keynote speaker, what are the benefits? What are the advantages? How do we leverage now doing business with Ghana? Did you hear the opportunities there with raw minerals, with import, export, with land? And did you hear that it's a safe place to do business, that law and order is there, that there are precautions set in place now to help you and everyone who's watching this in the diaspora and around the world to do business safely and securely in the country of Ghana? Listen, I want you to make sure that you connect with us. The best way to do that and to be updated again on that information is to connect with the app. You heard this gentleman share with us all of the wonderful opportunities and again, the positioning here. Ghana is really, in my mind, the leader of what is to come in Africa. You don't want to miss it. Anyone will tell you when you get in on something that's about to take off, the payoff is much bigger than you joining the bandwagon 5, 10, 12 years, 20 years later. Now is the time. We've had the year of the return and year 2019. Many of you have now started to spark the interest in returning to Ghana and hearing more about business. Let me tell you, I've been there. I've been invited to now do economic development in the country, to build affordable houses, to address energy, to partner with agriculture, women's issues, and so much more. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for us to create strategic collaborations and build global bridges. Wow, I'm excited and I hope that you are too. Now, I want to bring up our next guest, who is a phenomenal speaker. I had the pleasure of meeting her through through our global sponsor, and she is in the person of Sandra Daly. Sandra is an expert when it comes to digital banking, blockchain banking, and how to leverage this technology to build your small business and now leverage it in the culture of your business, creating opportunities worldwide. She does business in the Caribbean, in Botswana, the US, and everywhere in between. Without further ado, come on into the studio. Sandra, please share with us your presentation.
Hello, my name is Sandra Daly, and I am the CEO of Destiny Executive Enterprise, and I am so delighted and happy to be here. I am going to present to you today digital banking strategies, transforming companies, cultures, and country. First, I just want to thank the host, Miss Mogul, Charity Smith herself. I want to also say I'm so happy to be a part of the US and international delegates that are part of this 2022 Roar Global Conference. and all to the fellow speakers that are here with me today, and those that are going to also be giving you presentation in their expertise. And then you, the listening audience, thank you for being here today. Digital banks, digital banking. What is digital? It's any electronic tool, like in my case, the blockchain that my digital banks sit on. Systems like fiat and cryptocurrency exchange, devices like your mobile, your PC, your tablet, resources, emerging cutting edge that change every 3 months, it seems like, in technology, that generate, store, or process data technology. So it's electronic tools, system, devices, resources that generate, store, and process data. Doesn't this sound like the woman? Yes. How do we close the economic gap? Through companies like mine and companies like yours. 100% entry into this world is through a womb. So you ask yourself, really, Sandra? What does that have to do with anything? What does a woman have to do with closing the economic gap? We know that we are all here because a woman decided to lend her womb. Huh? Even artificial insemination still need that womb. And we need every woman. We need every girl. We need to educate. And then also, if we're doing the work, the same work as our fellow man, our fellow mankind, it doesn't matter what race, what creed, it doesn't matter where we live. It is paramount that we are all getting paid equally the same. And D Inc. is dedicated to doing just that. So then while we change our communities and our companies and make sure that we understand the role of everyone that is participating, now we can go forward in changing our communities, championing change. The digitized transform the unbanked. Don't you know? And I know that you do, that there are millions of people probably still saving their money in their mattress, or millions of women still shoving it down their undergarment. But D-Pay Financial and the way that we have structured ourselves is the unbanked, digitizing. Everyone is on their phone now. Everyone have access to the digital age. And there are a lot of people being left behind in banking, but not us, not D-Pay Financial. We are right there along in the communities, and we're championing change, digitizing, transforming the unbanked. Trillions of dollars, the economic power that are in the underrepresented, underserved communities is astounding. Huh? We have payday loan, car loans, but now it's time to go into these communities and educate them financially to let them know they can come up from where they are. One thing I love about money, I had an exercise in money once before, and I remember that I needed money for something. And I always say, whether you need $50 or $500, the ringing of the hand is the same. The only difference are the zeros. And I can remember that I needed the funds. And there was one particular person that had this money, and I was feeling a little, ashamed, maybe going and asking. And I remember the exercise that I came to. I pulled out the money in my purse, and I had a $10, $20. I had a significant amount. And I started looking at the faces of the dollars. And I said to myself, I don't know any of these people. Number two, these people are dead. All the money that's on the US dollars or the US currency, these people are far gone. I don't know them. Then I start looking around. The money is green. I don't know about you, but I can tell you this. I don't know any green person, okay? And I got an epiphany. And that epiphany was, Sandra, stop making it personal. Huh? Money is not personal. It's all about education. It's all about financial literacy. At that moment, I said to myself, I don't have the funds I need, but I know who have it. All they can do is say yes. Even if they say no, I don't have that money now. So I can keep going. That changed the trajectory of my financial mindset that day. And I want you to know, I went and I asked, and I'm here to tell you, I did get what I asked for. So changing communities, championing change is so important. And I want you, those of you, whatever industry you're in, remember there's a whole world out there waiting for us. They're spending money. They're spending money that things that loses its value as soon as they spend it. And we have all this knowledge. We're able to bring up a community. We're able to bring up a nation. We're able to bring up families and change culture. The next digital strategy right now for the unbanked is culture, carrying the conversation forward. A decade of achievement by 2023. That is what Roar Global Mindset and their plan. By 2023, Miss Mogul herself want to change the landscape, the culture, by carrying this conversation forward, closing the wealth gap. And we're going to start early in schools, in the STEM program, building a pipeline of educated engineers, educated entrepreneurs, educated, empowered men and women and little girls. That is the goal of Roar Global. Now, culture is so important because we know whatever happens in the culture is going to spread out into the communities, and it's going to spread out even the more. So where we eat, what we eat, what we wear, how we engage, social media. Every time we come together, we're spending money. And DPay Financial, under the banner of Destiny Executive Enterprise, we're looking at it all. We're not discriminating anyone from anything. And we're carrying the conversation forward. And now we know a healthy family, healthy communities, healthy companies, healthy culture build great countries. And these countries will choose the next thought leaders. You know, May 2021, the UNICEF put out a report, and you can find this. It's public knowledge, and it's called Generation Equality Report. And in this report, UNICEF stated 90% of jobs globally are digitized. Now think about that. 90% of jobs are digitized. You know, we used to swipe our cards, and then they come up with the chip, and then we insert the card. And now we're doing this thing called tapping. Now we're tapping the card. It's all over the world. I travel, and I use my cards, my Visa or whatever card that I have at the time for travel. And it's the same technology everywhere. COVID taught us that there's no bound to technology. Anywhere you are, all you need is an internet. And with an internet, you could do anything. You could be in Timbuktu. Forget that. Didn't NASA just release the latest telescope that they had, the James Webb? And now we can see further into space. Now we have many companies building spaceships to go there. So let me just take this just a little further and say, if you're on Venus and you have an internet connection, you can connect globally. COVID taught us this. Before COVID, we were told that, no, you have to be in the workplace. No, you have to be here. I need to see you. Bosses was like, I get in at 6, you better beat me here. And now look at where we are. More and more people working from home. More and more businesses are being launched all over the world. We're so interconnected. And that is why countries have to now choose great thought leaders. And guess what? These leaders are not waiting. We're not waiting. Look at Miss Mogul herself. She's not waiting, y'all. She has assembled the finest from all over the world to come on this platform to change the narrative, to move the conversation forward, to close the wealth gap. And one thing I like about what we're doing today and these couple of days is that all of the great minds in the great fields are bringing and lending their mind here on this platform. Same with my company. Now, let me tell you a little bit about DPay Financial that is under the D Inc. banner. Our goal is to serve countries, communities through the culture, and our company will be center stage. We're going for the underserved, the unbanked. How is that possible? They are unbanked. Think about this, and they're still spending money. We want to educate them to leave a legacy for their families, to leave a legacy. I believe everyone coming to this world with a God-given gift and an assignment. I am here on my assignment today. So are you. And so we are strategically positioning ourselves for everyone that is digital, whether it be a phone, a PC, a laptop. Even our TVs are smart now. Download the app on the TV and voila, we are connected. So DPay Financial, our banking system, is a crypto, fiat, blockchain platform exchanging between fiat and cryptocurrency. And our main goal and focus is the unbanked. Let me give you an idea of the unbanked. These are the people that's during COVID that was lined out in the malls with their mask on outside the Gucci, Versace. They couldn't wait to get in. They had money in their pocket and it was burning a hole. Hey, what I want to do is just divert just a small amount of that money for financial education for their little ones and for their legacy, all through digital exchange. And I believe once we get a community, a family, and the companies, and you join us, not only in this narrative, but also what we're trying to do, the sky is the limit. And then we'll build countries and thought leaders. Everyone will not just be consumers. We will create more producers. So in summary, I gladly joined the raw global effort in digitally transforming our communities, to our cultures, to the emerging banking technology, one girl at a time. And as you see, the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. Great quote from Walt Disney. And we know that Walt Disney left us a great legacy. And today, his legacy lives on, even though he has carried on and passed on. Thank you so much for joining this platform and for lending your voice and your expertise for what we're getting ready to do. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Listen, What I hope now you have the impression or the understanding of is that this is entirely approachable. Blockchain banking, digital banking, crypto to fiat currency is completely approachable. For those of you who have been a bit hesitant about emerging and launching into this new banking understanding, now is the time. I'm so thankful. Thank you again, Sandra, for being here today and for sharing with us the importance, first of all, of leveraging our own economies, leveraging our own wealth. I have a saying that I use throughout, and it's also, by the way, trademarked. Create your own economy. We have now, you all, the opportunity to level the playing field when it comes to blockchain technology, digital and cryptocurrency, digital banking. We now have the opportunity to leverage our wealth, especially if we go into global and emerging markets, and create some sustainable, powerful economic structures for today and for the years to come. This is powerful stuff, you all. So what I'm hoping you're doing now is taking copious notes about what is possible, and that you would reach out to us at roarglobal.org or at youcancreateyourown.economy.com, threw that one in there. Or you can get with us on the app, which is the primary way that we will begin interacting with you, our listening and viewing audience, from here on out. So listen, thank you again, Sandra, for sharing that information. I want to go now to a good friend in Ghana. His name is Francis Tete. He is a migration specialist. This gentleman is astute, he's sharp, and he knows the ins and outs about migration in Ghana and how to do business in Ghana. I had the opportunity to meet him in 2021. We became fast friends. Had to have him come to this summit. And what he's going to do is share with you today about how we can now start to create paths of migration into Ghana. You have to know the ins and outs of visas, of business, of the customs, the contractual agreements. All of that is so important, but here is where it's fun for you. You can now come to us as a one-stop shop to help you move through that process. Francis is going to share with you today how you can do that. So without further ado, please take a listen to our good friend, Francis Tete.
Hi, my name is Francis Opaitete, CEO for my Holistic Migration Consult in Accra, Ghana. I'm so excited to be part of this conference, and I would like to say a very big thank you to Ms. Mogul and her team for putting together this magnificent conference. I also want to say thank you to other speakers for coming on, and also to you, the audience, for choosing to be part of this history-making conference. The date is on 11th of August, 2022, and I invite all of you around the globe to join us. Join me as I take you through creating a pathway for migration into Africa, and I'll be focusing specifically on Ghana. You can't afford to miss this. Thank you very much. Yes, so today we are here to look out for strategies to bridge the economic gap, the world gap, by building solid economic bridges. I would like to discuss with you the diaspora, that one of the finest way to build economic bridges is to look for a migration path from the diaspora back to Africa. And I am going to focus more on Ghana, because Ghana has been said as to be the gateway to Africa. You were told a lot of negative things about Africa, that we behave like monkeys, we live on top of trees. You were told that we don't like you, we hate you, so you don't have to waste your time coming down here. All of those are lies. And I'm here to help you to create a migration route to this part of the world. Why Ghana? Ghana is unique, and for various reasons that I'm about to discuss with you. And that's why when you're choosing a place to go, you must choose Ghana. One, geographically speaking, you were told that the world is divided into north and south by the equator, the east and west by the prime meridian. I am happy to let you know that these two imaginary lines have crossed in Ghana, making Ghana the country at the true center of the world. The question is, who wouldn't want to go to the center of the world when the Bible says that God lives at the center of the world? The other reason is that Ghana is your original home. This, all of you in America, in India, in Britain, in Latin America, in Caribbean, all of you migrated from Africa to that place, and that this is your original home. Yes, when you look at all the evidence we have in Ghana, the Salaga slave market, the Salaga slave well, the Manso stream, the Cape Coast Castle, Elmina Castle, Usher Fort, James Fort, and other forts and castles dotted around the coast of Ghana, it attacks to they all attest to the fact that Ghana indeed was the center of the transatlantic slave trade. When the Europeans came here in 1471, they came as traders, but later they introduced the infamous slave trade. Therefore, those of you in the diaspora, if there's any place to go back, if you want to come to Africa, the place to come is your home, your original home, and that original home is Ghana. You were told all manner of lies, and some of you believe them. They told you that yes, Africa is poor, Africa is dirty, there's hunger, there are diseases, and that we're living on trees, and we Africans don't like you, we hate you. All those are palpable lies. Africa is a home that you'll be proud of. If you want to come, we'll let you come. We'll help you to come. Yes, it's your original home, and you have to come. When you come to Africa, or for that matter Ghana, you look at your skin color, whether you are black or mixed race, we are the same. So there's no racial discrimination here. So according to a UNESCO conference that was held in Haiti in 1986, it was estimated that between 1450 to 1850, a period of over 400 years, about 210 million people were taken from Africa to the New World, including Caribbean and Latin America and all those places. Unfortunately, only 3% of the total number made the journey to the destination. So I'm saying all this to attest to the fact that Africa, for that matter Ghana, is your original home. And if you want to travel or you want to go back to Africa, I expect you to come to your home. Don't go to another foreign land. So come to Ghana with your investment ideas, business and investment ideas. Ghana is the gateway to Africa. It's a fact that is believed by every African. The hospitality nature of the Ghanaian is beyond explanation. Ghanaians will take a foreigner or a migrant and let you feel at home, that you don't even feel like going back to your country. So Ghana is true gateway to Africa. Then also, when you look at the period between when the slave trade started and when it ended, that is 400 years. Because of that, all the people that were taken from Africa to the diaspora or to the New World, Caribbean and Northern America, they lost their language, they lost their culture, they lost their African personality and African identity. They lost most of the things because of the differences in their geographical locations. Because of that, it is important for us to find a way to restore what they have lost. I'm happy to say that Ghana is the one of the countries in Africa that has preserved its culture, its language, African personality, its identity, its chieftains institutions have all been preserved. Whether you are a mixed race or black, there's no difference when you come here. So there's no racial discrimination at this side of the world. This is the right place to come. Then also, like it is always said, Ghana is the gateway to Africa. The hospitality nature of the Ghanaian is beyond explanation. Every Ghanaian, wherever they are in this country, will always welcome visitors or strangers and let them feel at home, to the extent that some of them even don't feel like going back again. So Ghana is indeed a the gateway to Africa. The other issue has to do with rediscovering the lost glory of the diaspora. When you look at how the slave trade happened, how people were taken forcibly taken from Africa and were transported to the New World, Latin America and the Caribbean. It happened that majority of them have lost their language, their cultural identity, their African identity, their customs and traditions. All of them have been lost. Fortunately, Ghana is one of the few countries in Africa that have been able to preserve our culture, our tradition, our African personality, our chieftaincy institutions, and so many other things that you need to know. So coming to Ghana will afford you that opportunity to be able to reconnect to the rich culture of the African. So you cannot choose any other country over Ghana. The next thing has to do with the policy, what we call a land of great migration policy. Both the Constitution of Ghana and the policy document of Ghana have such a wonderful provision for those, especially in the diaspora. Yes, there's visa on arrival for you. Your residential and work permit are all worked out. Your citizenship application, you can become a Ghanaian by registration, by adoption, by marriage. All those provisions are made. If you want to register a business in Ghana, it has been made simple for you. If you want to get connected to the several kingdoms and thrones in this country, there are several states, kingdoms, and thrones. If you want to get connected to any of them and become part of them, become assimilated and part of them, that process has been done, is there. If you want land, to acquire land for programs and projects, it is done. There's a procedure that you can be helped to get lands acquired for your project. Then also, if you want to send remittances from Ghana back to US for your family or friends or relatives or for other projects, that procedure is also there. I want to remind you that there's an agreement between the government of Ghana and America called AGOA, where over 600 assorted product, goods, and services could be exported from Ghana to American market duty-free, tariff-free. All these opportunities are there, and that's the reason why you must choose Ghana. One key reason for investment and business investment to grow is stable political environment. I can assure you that Ghana has successfully held elections, peaceful elections, where power has changed from one government or one political party to the other. It has never happened. It has not really happened in other parts of the world. But Africa, for that matter, in Ghana, we have been able to do it severally. And therefore, I can say that Ghana believes in democracy, multi-party democracy, and rule of law. Is one basic requirement for investment to grow. And as we are working towards closing the world gap and building fantastic global economic bridges, this is an area that we need to consider. And in conclusion, I want to let you know that Ghana has fantastic investment opportunities. There are a lot of them, but I want to talk about just few. One of them has to do with transportation. Ghana government and the World Bank conducted a survey recently, and it is estimated that between now and the next 5 years, Ghana needs about 6,000 units of buses to be produced and purchased and used. So you can see that alone present an investment opportunity. Then waste management, both liquid waste and solid waste management, is an issue, is a major issue in this country. And therefore, if there's an investor who's interested in waste management, I can assure you that it's a multi-million-dollar area to go. Agro-processing is one, pharmaceutical one, mining is one, and then, yes, in Ghana, we have bauxite, we have diamond, we have gold, we have iron ore, we have limestone, we have rocks for quarry purposes, and the crude oil. All of this, the mining requires expertise. So the diaspora has the expertise and the links, the connections. Africa has the resources and some degree of expertise. It is time for us to marry these two for us to move ahead as people. And that is the reason why we are inviting you to come to Ghana so so that together we can create a better Africa, a better continent, a continent united as envisioned by our forerunners. Thank you. My name once again is Francis Opaitete, and my contact is on the screen. You can also go to LinkedIn or Facebook to look for Francis Opaitete Unlimited. Thank you for your attention. God bless you.
Powerful. Thank you, Francis. Thank you so much for sharing that powerful presentation about now how we can begin creating paths back to Ghana. I hope what you heard in that presentation with Francis is that it's completely possible. And for all of the misconceptions or the thoughts that you may have had or the challenges that you thought were ahead to your migrating into this particular environment, what I'm hoping you have heard now are solutions to that. And now that you know that we have some solutions, you hear a welcome and an open invitation for us to begin doing business in Ghana. 2023, we will attack some of those situations and some of those objectives on Francis's list. One of them being affordable housing. The other will be energy, technology. We will emerge into agriculture and a few other objectives. But listen, opportunities abound. Opportunities abound. And what I want you to do is get ready to answer the opportunity and the call to do business in Ghana. Again, thank you, Francis, for sharing your presentation. You all, we have gotten to the end of today's summit. We are at the end of our global speakers, and I have a treat for you. Rounding out the finale is our global sponsor, and I will even say a dear friend now, Sesh Suketo, who is the CEO of One and Done. When you log on and look at the app, it's powered by One and Done. Sesh is very passionate about creating opportunities and harmony through collaborations. When it was time to take the mogul brand message opportunity global, his was the voice, his was the partnership that I actively sought out because I knew Sesh understood what I was saying, what I wasn't saying. He could take all of that and now present it to you, the world. So without further ado, it is indeed my honor and my privilege to not only welcome one of our speakers, our last speaker, but also the global sponsor for Roar 2022, Sesh. Please take it away.
Thank you for dialing in and listening and joining me as I share with you the secrets on how you can amplify your growth, how you can 10x your growth. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the insights that I've discovered around collaboration. There is a code, and if you understand that code, you will be able to unlock tremendous opportunities and prosperity. I'm going to share with you things that I haven't shared before in ways that I hope will resonate with you. I hope you enjoy my presentation, and once again, thank you for being present with me today. Every single one of us will have ideas. But how many of your ideas have been shot down by others who just aren't prepared to listen? Well, you see, every diamond is unique. Think of your ideas as unique creations. The problem is that every single one of us will look at a diamond, but will value it differently. It's the same as with those ideas that you have. You know, just take a step back and think of how many times people have shot down those ideas that you know are brilliant. Well, don't give up. Ideas can start anywhere, with anyone, with people that you don't know. And you have to be present and ready to receive those people that really value your ideas as they would a diamond. And they'll pay anything for that clarity in your idea. Ideas start here, and they start with you and can be embraced by people around you now. Be that diamond and allow your ideas to flow. Collaboration to me drives so many opportunities. When you collaborate, it's driven from you, from within you. And we all know that when you are driven by your passion, by your purpose, you live the way you want to live. You do the things you want to enjoy. And in the process, you can surround yourself by people who admire and respect you. As I said, not everyone will find that diamond attractive. Find those people who really understand the value of collaboration. They are also diamonds, and together you can showcase so much more. You can create value because both parties understand the flow that's required to unlock the creativity and those insights. Ideas don't need to be perfect. What needs to be perfect is the ability for people to send and receive the ideas and the opportunities those ideas can bring to others. What I'm trying to say here is that collaboration can directly impact your success. Don't be taken down the rabbit hole. What I mean by that is so often we start a journey, we start to work with people, we believe that people have all the ingredients necessary, or that they talking the right game, you know, but we find ourselves just being taken down a path, and one day you wake up and you say, "Oh my gosh, I've been taken for a ride," or I'm not where I need to be. And that's because you haven't checked in. You have not taken the time to assess, is this an equitable opportunity? Or is it driven about one person or one organization or one aspect being taken and you're not receiving? And I'm saying this seriously. I see this day in and day out. People will turn up and paint the world, paint that's great. What you have to be able to do is decipher which ones are real and which ones, more importantly, naturally fit with your genius and the essence of who you are and what you want to achieve. So don't be taken down that rabbit hole, because trust me, it's dark. And sometimes you get lost when you're down there and you have no idea on how to get out, and it wastes time. Listen, I'm just saying this because it's a fact of life. Not everyone is going to be genuine in their intent to collaborate. And you need to be able to understand that. And it's okay to say no. It's okay to take your time. Don't just jump into things because it sounds great. It's when you do that, you end up deep in the rabbit hole. The essence conversations to flow at a much higher level. Do you find meaning in the word collaboration? Do you understand what success feels like? Are you living in that success? Do you truly understand what you do? Because to me, if you can't make a difference, we've got some work to do on what you do. Everything, not everyone, but you do have, and others do. I describe them as those moonshots, those sparks of innovation, sparks of insights. You know, they are premium opportunities. And if you're not listening or present, those opportunities will just fly straight past you. Those opportunities are aspirational. They add long-term incremental value to you and your business. Don't allow those moonshots to fly by because you're so busy, preoccupied in your own things. That's not value creation. Those sparks of values, when understood, they attract more. And they attract the right types of people and opportunities. You know, so again, we are surrounded by a network of moonshots, a network of opportunities. Don't allow them to fly by. And focus on your premium opportunities. It's time that I talk about strategic foresight, because there has to be a framework through which we collaborate. The art of collaboration is in your ability to identify emerging trends and issues and to share them, but at the same time to be receptive to the possible future and the insights of collaboration. Strategic foresight tests our current thinking strategies. They help drive new innovations, breakthrough moments. It's the catalyst for change. I call it the transformational change agent. Not everyone has had the opportunity to think about the importance of their insights. You see, the collaboration code reflects code. The two elements are the insights that you bring to the table and the foresight you have in shaping the future, which is that moonshot we referred to just now in our previous slide. Strategic foresight is so important when you're bringing together teams and people and conversations. The receptive collaborators quickly will latch on to the insights and foresights that you have. There is an elevator pitch, shall we say, around collaborative dialogue. It provides the framework for you to inspire the outcome that you need from others. Well, share with me, what are the insights that you have? And where do you see this in the future? What is your foresight? How relevant is the topic of your conversation around the issues at hand that you want to resolve? And how do you package and present it in a way that's going to be received by someone else? How valuable are the conversations that you have in terms of seriously wanting to make a difference? The art, shall we say, of collaboration reflects in your ability to create transformational conversations. And to share and be part of someone else's journey as well. This particular slide shows that there are various elements under which we operate. We either compete, with others, or we collaborate at the other end of the spectrum. I want you to be in this last segment, which is the collaborative mode, collaborative mindset, and you understand beyond collaboration, co-creation. Either side of collaboration has some wonderful attributes. We need to cooperate with people. However, cooperation is different than collaboration. The fundamental difference is that when you cooperate with someone, it doesn't mean that you're focused on creating value. It just simply means I need to get on with someone to achieve what I need to achieve, and that's it. It's not driven around value creation. As you move into collaboration, it allows you to remove the roadblocks. Your dialogue, everything about what you're trying to achieve, has something in common with the other group, the other team, the other organization in which you want to grow with. Together, you remove those roadblocks. And when you do this correctly, both parties are looking above and below the line. They're working within their systems to create and remove, shall we say, remove first of all the friction, but to create. As I said, collaboration and cooperation don't mean the same thing. These words are so often interchanged and used, and they often lead to confusion and create obscure problems. I'll define these terms as we differentiate them, and I'll share why it's important to talk about this and why it matters. Quite simply, collaboration is a process, as we know, of when you work together with someone else to create something new. The process of collaboration is often what gets mixed up. There's too many friction points within the process. It doesn't allow for value or conversations to be created. Today, we're in a world where we need to collaborate. We can facilitate and grow and achieve things at quantum levels. We can work together. We can create purposeful connections that are geared and oriented towards an outcome that's beneficial for you and for someone else. The collective whole benefits. Collaboration manifests itself. It manifests new connections. It creates new opportunities. See, collaboration is when we create something new together. Cooperation, on the other side, is the process of working together for a common benefit. Cooperation is when we expect something in return. We cooperate to achieve a common goal. It's expressed as a readiness to engage and carry out our duties for the shared benefit of the team and organization. The difference is that cooperation doesn't always create something new, which collaboration does. And if you're looking to change the course of your business today and the success that you need, and you want to amplify your progress and prosperity, do something new. Create the outcome that you desire by addressing and removing the roadblocks to collaboration. Facilitate connections, conversations, value by being present in collaboration, not distance from it. It is when
So, you all, I hope what you have gotten from this interview and from this information with Sesh is that it is so important that we amplify relationships and really create those strategic collaborations to leverage the next level in business. But listen, I'm not going to leave you in a cliffhanger. I have a special surprise for you. I wanted to make sure that Sesh had the opportunity to talk to you all about what's happening next in the Mogul app. So now, without further ado, I want to introduce to you all Ghana, Botswana, UK, USA, and Latin America, our global sponsor, Sesh Suketo, with One and Done. Thank you. Well, give me just a minute. We're going to make sure that we have Sesh in the upload. Give us just a minute, please.
thinking, it's because I believed in her vision. I also felt purposeful. When you find that connection, magic happens. Your intuition kicks in. You know, value creation can come at any time. And, you know, we've all heard Miss Charity Smith just talk about the app. And I just want to share this with you, and I'll be very brief. Digital transformation allows us to collaborate with others. We've created for Miss Mogul a beautiful app that reflects her brand and her mission to connect global influencers together who can network around the table, where her sponsors, where her brands that she works with can be amplified and be at the table with her. You're in control. And what we want to do really is simply allow everyone, especially those that are listening today, to be part of a movement, to be part of a global community that can make a difference. And that making a difference is not just about hearing my voice, it's about my actions. It's about how do we collaborate together on a project? How do we collaborate together to deal with an issue? How do we co-create new opportunities? Miss Charity will share very shortly with you by email an exclusive link to her app. And within that app, there are a range of beautiful benefits, loyalty programs, the ability to showcase and globally network with others and articulate your brands and your story. It really is transformational. It's not transformational one way. It's transformational for everyone who's part of Miss Mogul's community. I hope you've enjoyed my presentation today. Strategic collaborations achieve a competitive advantage if done well, and it can be done without friction when you really enjoy working with the people who are also adding value to you. Thank you for joining me today. I'm speaking from London. It's been and please reach out to myself or Miss Mogul if there's any areas that we've discussed that you would like us to expand upon and share. My name is Sesh once again, and on behalf of myself, Annette, and the entire One and Done team, it's a great pleasure to be part of Miss Mogul's global event, and thank you very much for allowing us to engage. Thank you. God bless to everyone that's listening and to everyone that is about to listen. Over to you. Thank you very much, Miss Charity.
Wow. Thank you, Sesh. I wanted to have that bit of a surprise for all of you so that you can see the brains behind the brand. It truly is an honor and a pleasure to work with him and with Annette, the entire UK team there with One and Done. They have taken a concept and literally manifested it, if you will, so that now we can interact with each other again around the world. And so thank you again, Sesh, for being with us. You all, this brings our summit to a close. This has been a phenomenal time with you. It has been a few years in the making, right? And so it's the first event of Roar Global. We have rebranded. We are restructuring everything to make sure that it is a seamless operation and a seamless hub for you to engage, not just us, but all of the global opportunities that are available to you through cooperation with us. So what I'm hoping you will do is what I suggest you do is go to roarglobal.org and then register even for day 2 on tomorrow. You will see much of this same content on tomorrow for day 2. Listen, and I encourage you to do this. Listen to it again, because there's got to be something that you missed at the top of the show, in the middle of the show. Maybe you took a coffee break or had to take a call and you missed some really important information. Revisit this summit. Go back and look at it again. You will hear something, I guarantee you, that will inspire you, that will challenge you, and that will take you into your next dimension of success. This is, you all, the best decade that we've ever experienced, and I promise you, the best is yet to come. Thank you again for joining me for Roar Global 2022, where we know that this is the decade of achievement, where we are 10xing our businesses through strategic collaboration, building global bridges. It's just the landing. Guys, this is just the baseline. It's up from here. Thank you again for joining me. Join me for tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.